A mother in ancient Naples, her hands covered in flour, her children crying from hunger in the narrow cobblestone streets outside. The year is 1889, and she has nothing left but some crushed tomatoes, a handful of cheese, and a circle of dough that she's stretched paper thin. She doesn't know it yet, but in this moment of desperation, she's about to create something that will unite humanity across every continent, every culture, every generation. She's about to create pizza. But this isn't just the story of food. This is the story of survival, of love, of a simple circle of dough that would become the most democratic meal on earth. This is the story of how the poorest of the poor gave the world its most beloved treasure. Close your eyes and travel back with me to the ancient world, long before Rome ruled the Mediterranean, long before Caesar crossed the Rubicon. There were people breaking bread in ways that would echo through millennia. In the cradle of civilization, along the fertile banks of the Euphrates, Babylonian soldiers pressed flat circles of dough onto their shields and held them over open fires. The metal grew hot, the dough baked, and in that simple act, they created something sacred, the first flatbread. Move forward through time, and you'll find the Egyptians, those masters of the ancient world, grinding wheat into flour and creating breads that would feed the builders of the pyramids. But it was the Greeks who truly understood the power of the circle. They called it plakis, flat circles of dough topped with oils, herbs, and cheese. Picture a Greek shepherd on the hillsides of Crete, looking out over the wine-dark sea, sharing this simple meal with his companions as the sun set over the Mediterranean. He didn't know he was participating in something that would outlast empires. But the real magic began when this tradition moved across the sea to Italy. The Romans, those conquerors of the world, took this humble Greek creation and made it their own. They called it focaccia, from the Latin word for hearth. And oh, what a hearth it was! In the bustling streets of ancient Rome, vendors sold these flatbreads topped with garum, that pungent fish sauce that Romans couldn't live without, along with olive oil and herbs. The rich ate them as appetizers in their marble villas, while the poor ate them as entire meals in their cramped apartments. Can you imagine the streets of ancient Rome, the cacophony of voices, the smell of bread baking, the sight of citizens from every corner of the empire sharing this simple, democratic food? A senator and a slave might eat the same flatbread, though perhaps with different toppings. Already, even in those ancient times, this circle of dough was breaking down barriers. But then came the fall. Rome crumbled, and with it so much of the ancient world's knowledge disappeared into the darkness of the early Middle Ages. Yet in the southern regions of Italy, in the sun-baked lands of Campania and Sicily, something survived. The tradition of the flatbread endured, passed down from grandmother to granddaughter, from baker to apprentice, like a sacred flame that refused to be extinguished. Now, let me tell you about the most important ingredient that nobody talks about, the one that transformed everything. It wasn't cheese, it wasn't dough, it was heartbreak. It was the heartbreak of Spanish conquistadors who had sailed across the ocean seeking gold and glory, only to find strange, alien lands filled with foods their European palates had never imagined. Among these foods was something the Aztecs called tomato, the tomato. When the Spanish brought these red orbs back to Europe in the 16th century, most people thought they were poisonous. The wealthy, eating from pewter plates, actually were poisoned because the acid in the tomatoes leached lead from their expensive dinnerware. But the poor, eating from wooden bowls, discovered something magical. These tomatoes, when cooked and seasoned, could transform any meal into something extraordinary. In Naples, the tomato found its true home. The volcanic soil of Mount Vesuvius, that same mountain that had buried Pompeii, now gave life to the sweetest, most flavorful tomatoes in the world. The Neapolitan poor, always creative in their poverty, began crushing these tomatoes and spreading them on their flatbreads. The acid cut through the oil, the sweetness balanced the salt, and suddenly, something beautiful was born. But let me tell you about the true heroes of this story, the poor of Naples. In the 18th and 19th centuries, Naples was a city of stunning contrasts. Magnificent palaces housed the wealthy, while the poor lived in basements and one-room apartments called bassi. In these cramped quarters, entire families would huddle together, surviving on whatever they could find or make. The streets of Naples were filled with vendors, the pizzaioli, who carried their wares on their heads in metal containers. They would walk through the narrow alleys, calling out their offerings to the poor who couldn't afford to eat in restaurants. Pizza wasn't restaurant food then. It was street food, survival food, the food of the desperate and the determined. Picture Maria, a young mother in 1880s Naples. Her husband works in the port when there's work to be found, but often there isn't. She has 3 children under the age of 7, and they're all hungry. With her last few coins, she buys flour, a handful of tomatoes, and a small piece of cheese. She kneads the dough with strength born of desperation, stretches it thin to make it last, and creates a meal that will fill their bellies and warm their hearts. She doesn't know that she's part of something revolutionary. She doesn't know that this simple act of feeding her family is creating something that will outlast kingdoms and empires. She only knows that her children are hungry, and she has found a way to help them survive another day. The real magic wasn't in the ingredients. It was in the love. Every pizza made in those Naples slums was an act of love, an act of defiance against poverty and hunger. The mothers who stretched dough thin knew they were stretching their hope thin too, but they persevered. They created beauty from nothing, abundance from scarcity. And then came the moment that changed everything. The year was 1889, and Italy had recently become a unified nation. King Umberto and Queen Margherita were visiting Naples, and they wanted to experience the food of the people. Now, you have to understand, royalty didn't eat street food. They ate elaborate meals prepared by French chefs in their palaces, but Queen Margherita was different. She was curious about her subjects, about their lives, their food, their struggles. A pizzaioli named Raffaele Esposito was chosen to prepare pizza for the royal couple. Imagine the pressure he felt. This man who had spent his life serving the poor in the streets was now being asked to feed the Queen of Italy. He created 3 pizzas for her, but one was special, one that would make history. On a base of dough, he spread tomato sauce the color of sunset. He added mozzarella cheese, white as fresh snow. And then, as a final touch, he scattered fresh basil leaves across the top, green as the hills of Tuscany. Red, white, and green, the colors of the new Italian flag. He called it Pizza Margherita, in honor of his queen. When Queen Margherita tasted that pizza, she didn't just taste food, she tasted the soul of her people. She tasted the struggle and the hope, the poverty and the creativity, the love and the determination that had sustained the people of Naples for generations. And in that moment, pizza was no longer just the food of the poor, it became the food of all Italians, the food of a nation. But the story doesn't end there. It explodes across the world in the most beautiful, heartbreaking way possible. In the late 1800s and early 1900s, Italy was bleeding. Economic hardship, political turmoil, and lack of opportunity forced millions of Italians to leave their homeland. They carried their belongings in worn suitcases, their hopes in heavy hearts, and their traditions in their calloused hands. Picture Gennaro Lombardi, a young man from Naples, standing on the deck of a ship in 1897, watching the Statue of Liberty grow larger as he approached New York Harbor. In his pocket, he carried a small bag of flour and a few coins. In his heart, he carried the memory of his mother's pizza, the taste of home, the knowledge of how to create something beautiful from almost nothing. Gennaro would open the first pizzeria in America in 1905 in a small storefront in Little Italy. The sign read Lombardi's, and it still stands today. But back then, it wasn't just a restaurant. It was a lifeline. It was where homesick immigrants could taste their childhood, where they could share their culture with their new neighbors, where they could feel, for just a moment, like they were home again. The Italian immigrants brought pizza to America, but America changed pizza forever. In the tenements of New York, in the factories of Chicago, in the neighborhoods of Philadelphia, pizza adapted and evolved. It became bigger, cheesier, more abundant, reflecting the American dream of prosperity and plenty. But oh, the arguments that followed. Purists in Naples watched in horror as Americans added pepperoni, sausage, mushrooms, peppers, ingredients that would make a traditional Neapolitan pizzaiolo weep. They thickened the crust, loaded on the cheese, and created something that was unmistakably American. And yet, at its heart, it was still that same circle of dough, that same act of love, that same desire to create something beautiful and nourishing. The real transformation came after World War II. American soldiers returning from Italy brought with them stories of incredible food, of pizza made in wood-fired ovens, of flavors they had never imagined. At the same time, millions of Americans were moving to the suburbs, and they wanted convenient, affordable food for their families. Enter the entrepreneurs who would change everything. Tom Monahan, who would create Domino's, started as a poor college student who bought a small pizza shop for $900. Ray Kroc was building McDonald's, but it was the pizza entrepreneurs who truly understood the power of delivery, of bringing food directly to people's homes. They took that ancient tradition of the Neapolitan street vendors and supercharged it with American innovation. By the 1960s, pizza had become woven into the fabric of American life. It was birthday party food, sleepover food, college food, celebration food. Friday night meant pizza night in millions of American homes. Children grew up measuring their age by how many slices they could eat. Teenagers on first dates shared pizza and tentative smiles across checkered cloth tables. But the most beautiful chapter in this story is what happened next. Pizza didn't just spread. It adapted, evolved, and embraced every culture it touched. In Japan, they put squid and seaweed on pizza. In India, they added curry and paneer. In Brazil, they created deep dish varieties that would make Chicago proud. Each culture didn't just adopt pizza. They adopted and made it their own. They took this humble creation from the streets of Naples and infused it with their own traditions, their own flavors, their own love. A Hawaiian pizza might make an Italian cry, but it represents something beautiful, the endless adaptability of human creativity, the way food can bridge cultures and create new traditions. Think about what pizza represents in our world today. It's the food of celebration and comfort, of gathering and sharing. It's what we order when we don't know what else to do, when we need to feed a crowd, when we want to show love without saying the words. It's the food of late-night study sessions and childhood birthday parties, of first dates and family reunions. But more than that, pizza represents something profoundly democratic. In a world divided by wealth and status, by race and religion, by politics and nationality, pizza remains the great equalizer. A billionaire and a college student might eat different brands, but they're both eating the same basic food: dough, sauce, cheese, love. Walk into any pizzeria in the world and you'll find the same thing. People sharing food, sharing stories, sharing life. You'll find families introducing their children to their first slice. You'll find teenagers on dates trying to impress each other. You'll find workers grabbing a quick lunch. You'll find friends celebrating victories and comforting each other through defeats. The pizza oven itself has become a symbol of community. In ancient times, entire neighborhoods would share a single oven, bringing their bread to be baked together. Today, pizza ovens serve the same function, bringing people together, creating gathering places, fostering community. The circular shape of the pizza, like the circular shape of the earth, reminds us that we're all connected, all part of the same human family. But let me tell you about the real heroes of this story, the people who make pizza every day. The baker who arrives at 4 a.m. to prepare the dough. The delivery driver who braves rain and snow to bring hot pizza to your door. The restaurant owner who works 16-hour days to keep the ovens burning. The grandmother who still makes pizza by hand for her grandchildren, passing down traditions that stretch back to ancient Naples. These are the people who keep the sacred flame burning. They're the continuation of that unbroken chain that connects us to Maria in 1880s Naples, to Raphael Esposito and Queen Margherita, to Gennaro Lombardi and his dreams of America, to every mother who has ever stretched dough thin and hoped it would be enough. In our modern world, we've turned pizza into an industry worth billions of dollars. We've mechanized it, standardized it, and corporatized it, but we haven't diminished its power. If anything, we've amplified it. Every pizza sold is a victory against hunger, a small act of nourishment, a moment of joy in someone's day. The technology has changed. We can now order pizza with the touch of a button, track its journey from oven to door, customize it with ingredients that would have been unimaginable to those early Neapolitan pizzaioli. But the essence remains the same. It's still about taking simple ingredients and transforming them into something greater than the sum of their parts. The COVID-19 pandemic showed us just how essential pizza had become to our lives. When restaurants closed, when people were isolated, when the world felt uncertain and scary, pizza delivery became a lifeline. It connected us to the outside world, brought comfort to our homes, and reminded us that even in the darkest times, there are still simple pleasures to be found. Pizza workers became heroes, risking their health to feed others. They showed us that this ancient tradition of nourishment and community was more important than ever. In a time when we couldn't gather together, pizza allowed us to share meals across distance, to show love when we couldn't show presence. Today, as you read this, somewhere in the world, a child is taking their first bite of pizza, their eyes widening with wonder at the perfect combination of flavors. Somewhere, a couple is sharing a late-night pizza and falling in love. Somewhere, a family is gathered around a table, arguing about toppings and laughing at old jokes. Somewhere, a person far from home is tasting pizza and remembering their childhood. The story of pizza is still being written, and the chapters that followed the pizza boom of the 1960s are perhaps the most remarkable of all. Let me tell you about the pizza wars, the fierce battles fought not with swords and shields, but with cheese and marketing campaigns, with innovation and tradition, with the dreams of entrepreneurs who understood that pizza wasn't just food, it was freedom. In the 1960s and 70s, America was changing. The civil rights movement was reshaping society, young people were questioning authority, and families were becoming more mobile than ever before. Into this revolutionary atmosphere stepped a new generation of pizza entrepreneurs who would change everything. Picture Dan and Frank Carney, two college students in Wichita, Kansas in 1958. They had $600 borrowed from their mother and a dream of opening a pizza restaurant. They found a small building that looked like a hut, and someone suggested they call it Pizza Hut. These two young men who had never been to Italy, who barely knew how to make pizza, would create an empire that would put pizza on tables across America and eventually around the world. But success wasn't automatic. In those early days, Frank Carney would wake up at 4 a.m. to make dough. Dan would handle the books, and they'd both work until midnight serving customers. They weren't just selling pizza. They were selling a vision of America where anyone could succeed, where a simple idea could grow into something magnificent. The real genius of Pizza Hut wasn't just in the pizza. It was in understanding that pizza was about experience. They created restaurants where families could gather, where birthday parties could be celebrated, where first dates could unfold over shared slices. They understood that the red roof and checkered tablecloths weren't just decoration. They were symbols of comfort, of belonging, of home. At the same time, in Detroit, a man named Mike Ilitch was pursuing his own pizza dream. Mike had been a minor league baseball player whose career was cut short by injury. He could have become bitter, could have given up on his dreams. Instead, he took his last $10,000 and opened a small pizza shop called Little Caesars in 1959. He and his wife Marion worked side by side, making pizza and building something beautiful from nothing. Mike understood something profound about pizza. It was democratic. It didn't matter if you were rich or poor, young or old, black or white. Everyone could afford pizza. Everyone could enjoy it. Everyone could share in the simple pleasure of a hot, cheesy slice. He made pizza affordable with his Pizza Pizza campaign, giving people 2 pizzas for the price of 1 during tough economic times. Years later, Mike would use his pizza fortune to buy the Detroit Red Wings and the Detroit Tigers, bringing championship glory to his beloved city. But he never forgot his roots, never forgot that his success came from understanding that pizza was about serving people, about bringing joy to their lives, about creating moments of happiness in an often difficult world. Tom's story is one of incredible perseverance. He grew up in foster care, struggled in school, and faced bankruptcy multiple times. But he never gave up on his dream. He understood that pizza delivery was about more than just food. It was about bringing comfort to people's homes, about making life a little easier for busy families, about creating jobs for young people who needed a chance. The 30-minute guarantee became legendary, but it also became tragic. In the pursuit of speed, some delivery drivers took dangerous risks, leading to accidents and injuries. The company eventually dropped the guarantee, but the lesson was powerful. Even the most successful innovations come with responsibility, with the need to balance profit with human welfare. Meanwhile, in Chicago, something revolutionary was happening. Ike Sewell and Rick Ricardo opened Pizzeria Uno in 1943, creating what would become known as Chicago deep dish pizza. This wasn't just a different style of pizza, it was a completely different philosophy. Instead of thin crust, they created thick, buttery crusts that could hold enormous amounts of cheese, sauce, and toppings. Traditional Italian pizzaiolos were horrified. This wasn't pizza as they knew it. It was a casserole, a pie, an abomination. But Chicagoans loved it, and it spread across the Midwest like wildfire. Deep dish pizza represented something uniquely American, the belief that more is better, that bigger is better, that abundance is a virtue. The rivalry between New York thin crust and Chicago deep dish became legendary, spawning countless debates and arguments. But what both styles shared was the understanding that pizza was about identity, about belonging, about pride in your city and your traditions. In the 1980s, a new player entered the game, California Pizza Kitchen, founded by Rick Rosenfeld and Larry Flax. They brought a completely different approach to pizza, one that reflected California's health-conscious, innovative culture. They put salmon on pizza, barbecue chicken, Thai ingredients, anything that sounded good. Traditional pizzaiolos were again horrified, but customers loved the creativity and freshness. This California innovation represented something important, the idea that pizza could be anything, that tradition was a starting point, not an ending point. It opened the door for countless experiments, for fusion cuisines, for the idea that pizza was a canvas for creativity rather than a rigid formula. But perhaps the most important chapter in modern pizza history began in the 1980s and 1990s with the rise of artisanal pizza. Chefs like Wolfgang Puck at Spago in Los Angeles began treating pizza as high cuisine, using premium ingredients, wood-fired ovens, and sophisticated flavor combinations. This wasn't just about expensive ingredients, it was about respect for the craft, about understanding that pizza could be both humble and extraordinary. The artisanal movement brought pizza full circle. back to its roots in Naples, but with a modern sensibility. Chefs began studying traditional techniques, importing ingredients from Italy, building wood-fired ovens that could reach temperatures of 900 degrees. They understood that great pizza wasn't about quantity, it was about quality, about respecting the ingredients, about creating something beautiful. This movement also brought awareness of the Associazione Verace Pizza Napoletana, founded in Naples in 1984 to protect and promote authentic Neapolitan pizza. They established strict rules. The dough must be made only with flour, water, salt, and yeast. It must be hand-stretched, never rolled. It must be cooked in a wood-fired oven at extremely high temperatures, and it must be eaten immediately. Some saw these rules as restrictive, but they represented something deeper, the understanding that tradition matters, that authenticity has value, that in a world of mass production, there's something precious about maintaining ancient techniques and standards. The late 1990s and early 2000s brought another revolution, the rise of fast casual pizza chains like Blaze Pizza, Pieology, and Mod Pizza. These restaurants combined the speed of fast food with the quality of artisanal pizza, allowing customers to watch their personalized pizzas being made in just a few minutes. This model reflected modern consumer desires: customization, speed, quality, and transparency. Customers could see their food being made, could control exactly what went on it, and could get restaurant-quality pizza at fast food prices. It was democracy in action, the ultimate expression of pizza's egalitarian nature. But technology was about to change everything again. The rise of the internet and mobile apps transformed pizza ordering from a phone call to a few taps on a screen. Suddenly, you could customize your pizza visually, track its progress from oven to door, and you could pay without ever speaking to another human being. This technological revolution reached its peak during the COVID-19 pandemic, when pizza delivery became not just convenient, but essential. Pizza companies invested heavily in contactless delivery, in apps that could handle massive order volumes, in systems that could keep their drivers safe while still serving customers. The pandemic also revealed something beautiful about pizza culture: its resilience, its adaptability, its essential role in bringing comfort during difficult times. When restaurants closed, pizza places stayed open. When people couldn't gather, pizza brought gatherings to them. When the world felt uncertain, pizza provided certainty. But perhaps the most remarkable chapter in recent pizza history has been its global expansion and localization. Pizza hasn't just conquered the world, it's been conquered by the world, transformed by every culture it's touched. In Japan, pizza became an art form. Japanese pizzaiolas brought their culture's attention to detail and respect for ingredients to pizza making. They created pizzas with mayo bases, with corn and seafood, with flavors that would shock a Neapolitan but delight a Tokyo resident. They understood that pizza wasn't just Italian food, it was human food, capable of expressing any culture's values and tastes. In India, pizza had to navigate complex religious and cultural considerations. Vegetarian pizzas became the norm, with paneer replacing pepperoni, with curry-spiced sauces replacing traditional tomato sauce. Pizza companies learned to respect local customs while still delivering the essential pizza experience: hot, cheesy, shareable food that brought people together. Brazil embraced pizza with a passion that rivaled Italy's. Brazilian pizzerias stayed open late, serving pizza as dinner rather than lunch. They created elaborate toppings with hearts of palm, with catupiry cheese, with combinations that reflected Brazil's diverse, abundant culture. Pizza became so popular that Brazil now has one of the world's largest pizza markets. Even in countries where pizza seemed impossible, it found a way. In predominantly Muslim countries, halal pizza became popular, with beef and lamb replacing pork, with careful attention to religious dietary laws. In countries where dairy wasn't traditional, pizza adapted, finding ways to create that essential cheesy experience with local ingredients. The story of pizza's global expansion is really the story of human adaptability and creativity. It shows how a simple idea can be endlessly reimagined, how tradition can be both preserved and transformed, how food can be both local and universal. Today, as artificial intelligence and automation reshape the restaurant industry, pizza continues to evolve. Robots are being developed to make pizza, apps are using AI to predict what customers want to order, and delivery drones are being tested to bring pizza to customers even faster. But through all these changes, the essential nature of pizza remains constant. It's still about bringing people together, about creating comfort, about making life a little bit better with simple ingredients and a lot of love. The pizza industry now employs millions worldwide, from the farmers who grow the tomatoes to the delivery drivers who bring pizza to your door. It's an industry built on the dreams of immigrants, the creativity of entrepreneurs, and the simple human desire to share good food with others. Every pizza sold supports families, funds dreams, and creates opportunities. The teenager working at a pizza shop might use that job to pay for college, to learn responsibility, to understand the dignity of honest work. The immigrant who opens a pizza restaurant might be creating not just a business, but a pathway to the American dream, a way to support their family and contribute to their community. The environmental impact of pizza has also become part of its story. Pizza companies are working to make their operations more sustainable, from using renewable energy in their ovens to creating packaging that's biodegradable. They're sourcing ingredients locally when possible, reducing waste, and understanding that their responsibility extends beyond just making delicious food. But perhaps the most beautiful thing about pizza is that it remains, at its core, what it always was: a simple act of love. Every pizza made is someone saying, "I want to nourish you. I want to bring you joy. I want to share something good with you." Whether it's a mother making homemade pizza for her children, a chef crafting the perfect margarita, or a teenager working their first job at a pizza shop, the motivation is the same. The circle of dough reminds us that life is cyclical, that what goes around comes around, that we're all connected in this great wheel of existence. The shared meal reminds us that we're not alone, that we're part of something larger than ourselves. The simple ingredients remind us that beauty can be found in the most ordinary things. From the ancient flatbreads of Babylon to the gourmet pizzas of today, from the poverty-stricken streets of Naples to the suburbs of America, from the local pizzeria to the global franchise, pizza has remained constant in its ability to bring people together, to provide comfort, to create community. In a world that often seems divided, pizza reminds us of what we share. In a time of complexity, it offers simplicity. In an age of artificiality, it provides authenticity. It's a food that crosses all boundaries: cultural, economic, generational, geographical. The future of pizza is being written by young chefs who understand both tradition and innovation, by entrepreneurs who see pizza not just as food, but as a force for good, by customers who appreciate both the convenience of delivery and the artistry of handmade pizza. But let me tell you about the unsung heroes of pizza's modern renaissance: the farmers, the artisans, the scientists, and the dreamers who are pushing the boundaries of what pizza can be while honoring what it has always been. In the fields of San Marzano, near Mount Vesuvius, families have been growing the same tomatoes for generations. These aren't just any tomatoes. They're the descendants of the ones that first topped Neapolitan pizza in the 1700s. The volcanic soil, enriched by centuries of eruptions, creates tomatoes with a sweetness and acidity that can't be replicated anywhere else on Earth. Picture Antonio Russo, a third-generation tomato farmer, walking through his fields at dawn, checking each plant with the care of a parent watching over their children. He knows that these tomatoes will travel thousands of miles, that they'll top pizzas in New York and Tokyo, that they'll carry the taste of his homeland to people who may never see Italy. In his weathered hands, he holds not just fruit, but heritage, tradition, and responsibility. The pressure on these farmers is immense. Climate change threatens their crops, global demand outstrips supply, and counterfeit San Marzano tomatoes flood the market. But they persist because they understand that they're not just growing tomatoes, they're preserving a piece of culinary history, maintaining a standard that millions of pizza lovers around the world depend on. The same story plays out in the mozzarella factories of Campania, where water buffalo, brought to Italy centuries ago, still produce the milk for true mozzarella di bufala. These animals, with their prehistoric appearance and gentle temperament, are living links to pizza's past. The cheese they produce, with its creamy texture and subtle tang, can't be mass-produced or replicated. It requires patience, skill, and an understanding that some things are worth preserving exactly as they've always been. But innovation hasn't forgotten pizza's roots. In laboratories and test kitchens around the world, food scientists are working to perfect every aspect of pizza. They're studying the science of gluten development, the chemistry of fermentation, the physics of heat transfer in different types of ovens. They're not trying to replace tradition, they're trying to understand it so completely that they can help others achieve perfection. Dr. Jeffrey Steengarten, the famous food writer, once spent months perfecting his home pizza recipe, testing different flours, hydration levels, and fermentation times. His obsession wasn't just about making better pizza, it was about understanding the alchemy that transforms simple ingredients into something transcendent. His work inspired countless home cooks to take their pizza making seriously, to understand that great pizza isn't just about following a recipe, it's about understanding the science and art behind each step. The artisanal pizza movement that began in the 1980s has exploded into a global phenomenon. In cities around the world, young chefs are opening pizzerias that would make the old masters proud. They're sourcing ingredients from specific regions, building wood-fired ovens by hand, and studying traditional techniques with the dedication of graduate students. Take Franco Pepe, whose pizzeria in Chiazzo, Italy, has been called the best in the world. Franco isn't just making pizza, he's pushing the boundaries of what pizza can be while respecting its essence. He creates pizzas that are simultaneously innovative and traditional, using techniques passed down through generations while incorporating modern ingredients and presentations. His margherita sbagliata, or wrong margarita, playfully deconstructs the classic, but every element is perfect. Every bite is balanced. Every pizza is a work of art. In America, pizziolas like Tony Gemini have dedicated their lives to mastering every style of pizza. Tony has won world championships, opened multiple restaurants, and written definitive guides to pizza making. But more importantly, he's helped elevate pizza from fast food to fine dining, showing that pizza deserves the same respect and attention as any other cuisine. The modern pizza renaissance isn't just about high-end restaurants. It's happening in neighborhood pizzerias, food trucks, and home kitchens. Social media has created a global community of pizza enthusiasts who share techniques, celebrate successes, and push each other to improve. Instagram is filled with pictures of perfect leopard-spotted crusts. YouTube channels teach ancient techniques to modern audiences, and pizza forums debate the finer points of dough hydration and oven temperature. This democratization of pizza knowledge has had profound effects. Home cooks who once thought great pizza was impossible without a wood-fired oven are now making restaurant-quality pies in their standard kitchen ovens. The Uni revolution, affordable, portable pizza ovens that can reach temperatures of 900 degrees, has brought authentic pizza making to backyards around the world. But perhaps the most important development in modern pizza culture is the growing understanding of pizza as a craft worthy of respect. Pizza making is now taught in culinary schools, studied by food historians, and celebrated by critics. The World Pizza Championship brings together the world's best pizziolas to compete and share techniques. The craft has gained legitimacy, but it hasn't lost its soul. The economics of pizza have also evolved dramatically. What started as survival food for the poor has become a multi-billion-dollar industry. But it's also become a path to economic mobility for countless immigrants and entrepreneurs. The pizza industry employs millions worldwide, from the farmers who grow the ingredients to the drivers who deliver the finished product. Consider the story of Patsy Grimaldi, who opened his first pizzeria in 1990 in Brooklyn. Patsy had worked for decades in other people's restaurants, perfecting his craft, saving his money, and dreaming of opening his own place. When he finally opened Grimaldi's, he wasn't just starting a business, he was creating a legacy. His coal-fired oven, his paper-thin crust, his careful attention to every detail helped revitalize Brooklyn's Dumbo neighborhood and inspired a generation of pizziolas. The ripple effects of Patsy's success extended far beyond his restaurant. He employed dozens of people, attracted tourists to the neighborhood, and helped establish Brooklyn as a serious pizza destination. This success story was repeated thousands of times across America and around the world as pizza entrepreneurs built businesses, supported families, and strengthened communities. But the pizza industry hasn't been without its challenges. The rise of chain restaurants, while making pizza more accessible, has also led to concerns about quality and authenticity. Mass production techniques, while efficient, can't replicate the care and attention that goes into handmade pizza. The tension between convenience and quality, between tradition and innovation, continues to shape the industry. The gig economy has transformed pizza delivery, once the domain of part-time workers, into a complex web of independent contractors, app-based services, and technological platforms. Companies like DoorDash, Uber Eats, and Grubhub have made pizza delivery more convenient than ever, but they've also raised questions about fair wages, worker rights, and the sustainability of the current model. The environmental impact of pizza has become increasingly important as the industry has grown. Pizza boxes, traditionally made from cardboard, have been redesigned to be more recyclable and biodegradable. Energy-efficient ovens are being developed to reduce the carbon footprint of pizza production. Some pizzerias are sourcing ingredients locally to reduce transportation emissions and support local farmers. Water usage, a critical concern in many regions, has led to innovations in dough production and cleaning processes. The industry is learning that sustainability isn't just about being environmentally responsible, it's about ensuring that future generations can continue to enjoy the simple pleasure of great pizza. The COVID-19 pandemic marked a turning point in pizza's history. As restaurants closed and people sheltered at home, pizza delivery became a lifeline for both businesses and consumers. Pizza companies that had invested in delivery infrastructure and technology thrived, while those that hadn't struggled to adapt. But the pandemic also revealed something beautiful about pizza culture. Home baking surged as people trapped at home turned to pizza making as a source of comfort and creativity. Sourdough starters were shared between neighbors. Pizza recipes were exchanged over video calls, and families bonded over homemade pies. Pizza became not just food, but therapy, not just sustenance, but connection. The rise of ghost kitchens and virtual restaurants during the pandemic showed how adaptable the pizza industry could be. Restaurants that couldn't serve dine-in customers reinvented themselves as delivery-only operations. New brands emerged that existed only online, serving pizza from shared commercial kitchens to customers who might never see a traditional storefront. Technology continues to reshape every aspect of the pizza industry. Artificial intelligence is being used to optimize delivery routes, predict demand, and even suggest toppings based on customer preferences. Automated pizza-making machines, while still imperfect, are becoming more sophisticated. Some companies are experimenting with drone delivery, imagining a future where pizza arrives from the sky. But for all the technological innovation, the human element remains central to pizza's appeal. The skilled pizzaiolo who can stretch dough paper thin, the delivery driver who ensures your pizza arrives hot, the server who makes you feel welcome. These human connections are what make pizza special. Technology can make pizza faster, cheaper, and more convenient, but it can't replicate the warmth of human interaction. The globalization of pizza has created fascinating cultural fusion. In Seoul, bulgogi beef pizza reflects Korean flavors. In Mumbai, tandoori chicken pizza combines Indian spices with Italian techniques. In Mexico City, al pastor pizza brings together Middle Eastern and Mexican traditions. Each adaptation tells a story of cultural exchange, of people taking a foreign food and making it their own. But this globalization has also created challenges. How do you maintain authenticity while embracing innovation? How do you respect tradition while serving local tastes? These questions don't have easy answers, but they're part of what makes pizza culture so dynamic and evolving. The rise of food tourism has made pizza destinations out of cities around the world. New Haven, Connecticut is famous for its unique pizza, pronounced beets, with its thin crust and distinctive char. Detroit has gained recognition for its square, thick crust pizza with crispy, cheesy edges. Buenos Aires has developed its own pizza culture, with thick crusts and generous toppings that reflect Argentine abundance. These regional variations aren't just about food. They're about identity, about pride in local traditions, about the human tendency to take something universal and make it uniquely their own. They show that pizza isn't just Italian or American, it's human, capable of expressing any culture's values and tastes. The health-conscious movement has also influenced pizza's evolution. Cauliflower crusts, gluten-free options, and plant-based toppings have expanded pizza's appeal to people with dietary restrictions. While purists might scoff at these innovations, they represent pizza's greatest strength, its ability to adapt and include rather than exclude. The rise of vegan cheese has been particularly significant. Early attempts were often disappointing, but modern plant-based cheeses can melt, stretch, and taste remarkably similar to traditional dairy cheese. This isn't just about serving vegans, it's about making pizza accessible to people with lactose intolerance, religious dietary restrictions, or environmental concerns. The pizza industry has also grappled with labor issues. Restaurant workers, including those in pizza shops, have advocated for better wages, benefits, and working conditions. Some companies have responded by raising wages, providing benefits, and creating clearer paths for advancement. Others have resisted, leading to strikes and protests. These labor struggles reflect broader questions about the service economy and the value of restaurant work. Pizza workers, including from cooks to delivery drivers, are essential to the industry's success, but they're often the most lowly paid workers in the economy. The industry is slowly recognizing that sustainable success requires treating workers fairly and providing opportunities for advancement. The craft beer movement has had an unexpected impact on pizza culture. As breweries proliferated, many began serving pizza as the perfect beer accompaniment. The combination of craft beer and artisanal pizza has created a new type of dining experience, one that's casual but sophisticated, traditional but innovative. This pairing makes sense when you consider that both beer and pizza are ancient foods, both involve fermentation, and both are fundamentally about bringing people together. The craft beer and pizza movement has shown that casual dining can be high quality, that traditional foods can be elevated without losing their essential character. The future of pizza is being written in exciting ways. Molecular gastronomy has influenced some high-end pizzerias, creating foams, gels, and other unexpected textures. 3D printing technology is being explored for creating custom pizza shapes and designs. Vertical farming could provide fresh, local ingredients year-round, regardless of climate. But perhaps the most important trend is the growing recognition of pizza's cultural significance. Food historians are studying pizza's role in immigration, urbanization, and globalization. Sociologists are examining how pizza creates community and social bonds. Economists are analyzing pizza's role in local economies and international trade. This academic attention doesn't diminish pizza's simple pleasures, it enhances them. Understanding pizza's history, its cultural impact, and its economic importance helps us appreciate why it matters so much to so many people. It's not just food, it's a lens through which we can understand broader human experiences. The pizza industry continues to create opportunities for entrepreneurship and innovation. Food trucks specializing in Neapolitan pizza bring authentic techniques to street food. Pop-up pizzerias test new concepts and build followings. Online platforms allow home cooks to sell their pizza to neighbors, creating micro-businesses that might grow into full restaurants. These small-scale innovations often drive larger changes in the industry. A food truck's unique topping combination might inspire a major chain. A home cook's innovative technique might be adopted by restaurants worldwide. The democratic nature of pizza extends to its business model. Anyone with passion and skill can contribute to its evolution. The educational aspect of pizza has also grown. Cooking schools offer pizza-making courses, food historians write academic papers about pizza's significance, and documentaries explore pizza's cultural impact. This educational focus helps ensure that pizza's traditions are preserved and passed on to future generations. Museums have begun collecting pizza-related artifacts, recognizing their historical significance. The Pizza Hall of Fame in New York celebrates the industry's innovators and pioneers. These institutions help ensure that pizza's story is told and remembered, that the struggles and triumphs of pizza makers are honored. The charitable aspect of pizza has also evolved. Many pizzerias participate in community fundraising, donate food to those in need, and support local causes. Pizza's role in bringing people together extends beyond the dining table to community service and social responsibility. During disasters and emergencies, pizza companies often step up to provide food for first responders and victims. This tradition of service reflects pizza's essential character. It's about nourishing people when they need it most, about providing comfort in difficult times. The relationship between pizza and popular culture continues to evolve. Movies, TV shows, and books feature pizza prominently, often as a symbol of comfort, friendship, or home. Pizza has become a cultural shorthand for relaxation, celebration, and connection. This cultural significance extends to social media, where pizza photos consistently rank among the most popular food images. The visual appeal of pizza, its colors, its textures, its inherent symmetry, makes it perfect for our image-driven culture. But more than that, pizza photos represent moments of joy, celebration, and sharing that resonate with people worldwide. The sports connection has also strengthened. Pizza is stadium food, game-watching food, celebration food. Many sports teams have official pizza partners, and pizza sales spike during major sporting events. This connection makes sense. Both pizza and sports bring people together, create shared experiences, and generate passionate loyalty. The seasonal aspect of pizza has become more pronounced as ingredients become more sophisticated. Spring pizzas might feature fresh peas and asparagus, summer pizzas showcase tomatoes and basil, fall pizzas include squash and mushrooms, and winter pizzas might feature heartier ingredients like root vegetables and cured meats. This seasonal approach reflects a broader trend toward fresher, more local ingredients. It also shows how pizza can be both timeless and contemporary, traditional and innovative. The basic concept remains the same, but the execution can reflect the best of each season. The wellness trend has influenced pizza in unexpected ways. Some pizzerias now offer meditation and yoga classes, recognizing that pizza can be part of a holistic approach to well-being. Others focus on the social and emotional benefits of sharing pizza with others, understanding that food is about more than just nutrition. The emergence of pizza sommelier programs shows how seriously the industry takes its craft. These programs train people to pair wines, beers, and other beverages with different pizza styles. They recognize that pizza isn't just casual food, it's sophisticated enough to warrant expert knowledge and careful attention. New technologies will continue to change how pizza is made, ordered, and delivered, but the essence will remain the same.
the desire to create something delicious, to share it with others, to build community around a simple, perfect circle of dough. Virtual reality might allow customers to visit the farm where their ingredients were grown, or the kitchen where their pizza is being made. Augmented reality could overlay information about ingredients, preparation methods, or nutritional content. These technologies could deepen the connection between consumers and their food. Blockchain technology might create complete traceability for pizza ingredients, allowing customers to know exactly where their tomatoes were grown, when their cheese was made, and how their dough was prepared. This transparency could build trust and allow for more informed choices. Climate change will continue to challenge pizza production. Rising temperatures might affect traditional growing regions, forcing the industry to adapt. New varieties of tomatoes, new sources of water, and new growing techniques might become necessary, but the industry's history of adaptation suggests it will meet these challenges.
The space age might even bring pizza to new frontiers. NASA has experimented with 3D printed pizza for astronauts, and future space colonies might need to grow their own ingredients and adapt traditional techniques to low-gravity environments. Pizza's adaptability suggests it could thrive even in the most challenging conditions. So the next time you bite into a slice of pizza, remember this story. Remember Maria in her Naples basement, stretching dough thin and hoping it would be enough. Remember Queen Margherita, tasting the soul of her people. Remember Gennaro Lombardi carrying his mother's recipes to a new world. Remember the Carney brothers with their borrowed $600 and big dreams. Remember Mike Ilitch turning heartbreak into hope. Remember Tom Monahan promising pizza in 30 minutes. Remember Antonio Russo and his tomato fields, Franco Pepe perfecting his craft, and Patsy Grimaldi building his legacy. Remember all the countless hands that have kneaded dough, all the hearts that have put love into every bite. Remember that you're participating in something ancient and sacred, something that connects you to every human being who has ever shared a meal, who has ever shown love through food, who has ever understood that the simplest gestures can have the most profound impact. Pizza teaches us that from the humblest beginnings can come the greatest gifts. It shows us that love, creativity, and determination can transform anything, even flour, water, and tomatoes, into something that nourishes not just our bodies, but our souls. As the great Italian filmmaker Federico Fellini once said, life is a combination of magic and pasta. He might have added pizza to that equation, for pizza is magic. The magic of transformation, the magic of community, the magic of love made edible. In the end, pizza is not just food. It's a reminder that we're all connected, all part of the same human family, all deserving of nourishment, comfort, and joy. It's a testament to the power of simple ingredients, simple gestures, and simple love to change the world, one slice at a time. And that, my friends, is the true story of pizza. Not just what we eat, but who we are and who we aspire to be. In every bite, we taste history. In every shared meal, we create the future. In every circle of dough, we find the endless cycle of human love, creativity, and hope. The flame still burns in Naples, in New York, in your local pizzeria, in your own kitchen. The tradition continues, the love continues, the story continues. And somewhere tonight, a mother is stretching dough thin, hoping it will be enough, not knowing that she's participating in something eternal, something sacred, something that will outlast empires and endure as long as humans need to nourish each other with love. The circle is complete, but the story never ends. It continues in every pizza made, every meal shared, every moment of joy created around a simple, perfect circle of dough. This is the true magic of pizza. Not just that it feeds us, but that it connects us. Not just that it satisfies our hunger, but that it nourishes our souls. Not just that it's food, but that it's love made manifest in the most democratic, accessible, and universal way possible. Pizza is the story of humanity itself, our struggles and triumphs, our creativity and perseverance, our ability to take the simplest things and make them extraordinary. It's the story of how we feed each other, how we care for each other, how we find ways to create beauty and meaning in the most ordinary moments of our lives. And in that simple act of sharing a slice, we become part of something bigger than ourselves, something that stretches back through centuries and will continue into the future, as long as humans need to nourish each other with love. It's 1885, and a young man named Charlie Nagreen stands behind a wooden counter in Seymour, Wisconsin, watching his customers struggle with the same problem every single day. They hold dripping sandwiches in one hand, trying to eat while rushing to their jobs, their meals falling apart, grease staining their clothes, the frustration mounting with each bite. Charlie doesn't know it yet, but he's about to create something that will change the world forever. You see, what Charlie was witnessing wasn't just people eating lunch. He was watching the birth pangs of modern America itself. The Industrial Revolution had transformed everything. People no longer had time to sit down for elaborate meals. They needed food that moved as fast as they did. They needed something portable, something that could fuel their bodies while they built railroads, worked in factories, and chased the American dream. But Charlie wasn't the only one wrestling with this problem. Across America, in different towns at different times, other minds were working on the same puzzle. And here's what makes this story so beautifully human. They had no idea they were all racing toward the same revolutionary solution. Let me take you back to that world, to that moment when everything changed. Because the birth of the burger isn't just about food. It's about innovation born from necessity. It's about the beautiful chaos of human ingenuity. And it's about how the simplest ideas can reshape civilization itself. Charlie Nagreen was just 15 years old when he first started selling hamburgers at the county fair. 15! Think about that for a moment. At an age when most kids today are worried about homework and social media, Charlie was solving a problem that had stumped adults for generations. He took a meatball, flattened it, grilled it, and placed it between two slices of bread. He called it a hamburger, after the Hamburg steak that German immigrants had brought to America. But here's where the story gets complicated, where it becomes deeply, beautifully human, because Charlie wasn't alone in his genius. 400 miles away in Hamburg, New York, Frank and Charles Menches were having their own eureka moment. They'd run out of pork sausage at their food stand and decided to grind up beef instead. They seasoned it with coffee and brown sugar, formed it into patties, and served it on bread. They too called it a hamburger. Meanwhile, in New Haven, Connecticut, a man named Louis Lassen was about to make his own claim to history. In 1900, so the story goes, a customer rushed into his small lunch wagon, desperately needing something he could eat quickly while rushing to work. Louis slapped a beef patty between two pieces of toast and handed it over. That customer supposedly became the first person to eat what Louis called a hamburger sandwich. And then there was the Menches brothers story, which gets even more interesting. They claim they invented the hamburger in 1885 in Hamburg, New York, when they ran out of pork for their sausages. But here's the thing about the Menches brothers that makes their story so compelling. They weren't just selling food, they were selling hope. You have to understand what America was like in the 1880s. The country was transforming at breakneck speed. Immigrants were flooding in from every corner of the world, bringing their traditions, their recipes, their dreams. The landscape was changing from rural to urban, from agricultural to industrial. People were working longer hours, moving faster, living in ways their grandparents never could have imagined. In this chaos, food had to evolve too. The old ways of eating, sitting around a table for hours, sharing elaborate meals with extended family, those traditions were breaking down. People needed something new, something that matched the pace of their new lives. They needed food that was fast, portable, and satisfying. But here's what makes the burger story so much more than just a tale about food innovation. It's a story about democracy. Think about it. Before the burger, fine dining was the privilege of the wealthy. If you wanted a good meal, you needed time, money, and access to fancy restaurants. The burger changed all of that. Suddenly, a factory worker could eat something delicious for the same price as a millionaire. The burger was the great equalizer. And it wasn't just about class. The burger broke down cultural barriers too. German immigrants brought their Hamburg steak traditions, Italian immigrants contributed their knowledge of bread making, Irish immigrants worked in the kitchens where these early burgers were prepared. The burger became a melting pot, literally and figuratively, a perfect symbol of America itself. But let's go back to Charlie Negreen for a moment, because his story reveals something profound about human nature. Charlie wasn't trying to change the world. He was just trying to solve a problem for his customers. He saw people struggling to eat their food while walking around the county fair, and he thought, there has to be a better way. That's it. That's the spark of innovation right there. Not some grand vision, but simple human empathy. The beauty of Charlie's solution was its simplicity. Meat between bread. That's it. No complicated machinery, no secret ingredients, no advanced technology, just meat between bread. But sometimes, the most revolutionary ideas are the simplest ones. Sometimes changing the world is as easy as looking at a common problem and thinking, what if we did this differently? And here's where the story gets even more fascinating. As these early burger pioneers were experimenting with their recipes, they had no idea they were creating what would become America's most iconic food. They couldn't have imagined that their simple meat and bread creation would one day fuel a multi-billion-dollar industry, would be eaten by billions of people worldwide, would become a symbol of American culture that would spread to every corner of the globe. But success didn't come overnight. Those early burger sellers faced skepticism, resistance, even ridicule. People weren't sure about this new food. Was it safe? Was it proper? Was it even food, or just some strange American oddity? Many of the early burger pioneers struggled to make ends meet, working long hours for small profits, believing in their product when few others did. Take Fletcher Davis, for instance. He claimed he invented the hamburger in Athens, Texas in the 1880s. Fletcher ran a small lunch counter, barely scraping by, when he decided to put a ground beef patty between two slices of toasted bread. His customers loved it, but Fletcher remained a small-town cook, never seeing his creation spread beyond his local community. He died in relative obscurity, never knowing that his simple innovation would one day be worth billions of dollars. Or consider the Mencius brothers again. They were traveling food vendors, moving from town to town, setting up their stand at county fairs and festivals. They lived out of wagons, worked in all kinds of weather, faced constant uncertainty about where their next meal would come from. But they believed in their hamburger. They kept refining it, improving it, serving it to anyone who would try it. These weren't wealthy entrepreneurs or sophisticated businessmen. These were ordinary people with extraordinary vision. They saw a need, they filled it, and they persisted even when success seemed impossible. That's the real lesson of the burger's birth, that innovation often comes from the most unlikely places, from people who are simply trying to make life a little bit better for themselves and their neighbors. And then something magical happened. Word began to spread. People started talking about these new hamburgers. Newspaper articles appeared. Recipes were shared. What had started as local innovations in small towns began to connect, to influence each other, to grow into something much bigger. The late 1800s and early 1900s were a time of incredible communication innovation. The telegraph connected distant cities, railroads carried people and ideas across the country, newspapers spread information faster than ever before. In this environment, the burger began to take on its own life. But here's what's really remarkable about this period. Even as the burger was spreading, it was also evolving. Each cook, each restaurant, each region added their own twist. In the South, they added pickles and special sauces. In the West, they experimented with different types of bread. In the North, they focused on the quality of the meat. The burger wasn't just spreading. It was adapting, changing, becoming something new in every place it landed. This is where the story becomes truly American, because America has always been about taking the best ideas from everywhere and making them into something uniquely American. The burger embodied the spirit perfectly. It took German meat traditions, combined them with American innovation, and created something that was both familiar and revolutionary. And the timing was perfect. America was urbanizing rapidly. People were moving from farms to cities, from small towns to industrial centers. They needed food that matched their new lifestyle. The burger was just convenient. It was necessary. It was the food of the future, even if people didn't realize it yet. But the real explosion was still to come. Because in 1921, a man named Walter Anderson opened a small restaurant in Wichita, Kansas that would change everything. Walter didn't just sell hamburgers, he revolutionized how they were made and sold. He standardized the process, created a system, turned burger making into an efficient, repeatable operation. Walter's restaurant was called White Castle, and it introduced concepts that seem obvious now, but were revolutionary then. Identical burgers, consistent quality, fast service, low prices. Walter realized that the burger's real power wasn't just in its taste or convenience, it was in its ability to be mass-produced without losing its appeal. But Walter faced a huge problem. Americans were suspicious of ground beef. There had been food safety scandals, and people associated ground meat with poor quality and potential illness. Walter had to convince people that his burgers were not only safe, but superior to traditional restaurant food. His solution was brilliant. He made everything visible. He cooked the burgers in full view of the customers. He kept his restaurant spotlessly clean. He wore a white uniform and insisted his employees do the same. He created an atmosphere of cleanliness and professionalism that made people trust his food. Walter also understood something profound about human psychology. He realized that people judge food not just by taste, but by atmosphere, by the story they tell themselves about what they're eating. So he created a story. This wasn't just cheap food, it was modern food, efficient food, the food of the future. And it worked. White Castle became incredibly successful, spawning imitators across the country. The burger was no longer just a regional curiosity, it was becoming a national phenomenon. But even Walter Anderson couldn't have predicted what would happen next, because the burger was about to meet its perfect partner, the automobile. In the 1920s and 1930s, cars were becoming affordable for ordinary Americans. People were more mobile than ever before. They were taking road trips, commuting to work, living lives that required them to eat on the go. The burger was perfect for this new lifestyle. It was portable, it was filling, it was affordable. You could eat it while driving, while working, while living the fast-paced life that cars made possible. The burger and the automobile grew up together, each making the other more necessary, more appealing, more central to American life. And then came the innovation that would change everything again, the drive-in restaurant. In the 1940s, entrepreneurs began experimenting with restaurants where customers could stay in their cars while ordering and eating. The burger was perfect for this concept. It was easy to eat in a car, it didn't require utensils, it didn't make a mess. But the drive-in was just the beginning. The real revolution was still coming. Because in 1940, two brothers named Richard and Maurice McDonald opened a restaurant in San Bernardino, California, that would not only change the burger forever, but would change the entire food industry. The McDonald brothers had a problem. Their drive-in restaurant was successful, but it was also chaotic. Orders took too long, service was inconsistent, costs were high. They needed a better way. So they did something radical. They stripped their menu down to just a few items, focused on speed and efficiency, and created what they called the Speedy Service System. The McDonald brothers' innovation wasn't just about food, it was about process. They analyzed every step of burger preparation, eliminated waste, streamlined operations. They turned cooking into a science, service into an art. They proved that you could serve high-quality food quickly and cheaply if you approached it with the right system. But here's what makes their story so poignant. The McDonald brothers were content with their single successful restaurant. They weren't interested in expansion and building an empire, in changing the world. They were just two guys who had solved a problem and were happy with their solution. Enter Ray Kroc. Ray was a traveling salesman who sold milkshake machines. In 1954, he visited the McDonald brothers restaurant and was amazed by what he saw. Here was a restaurant that could serve a burger, fries, and a shake in less than 30 seconds. Here was efficiency like he'd never seen before. Ray saw something the McDonald brothers didn't: potential. Not just the potential for one successful restaurant, but for thousands of them. Ray saw the burger not just as food, but as a business model, a system that could be replicated anywhere in the world. The negotiation between Ray Kroc and the McDonald brothers is one of the most fascinating business stories in American history. Ray wanted to franchise their system, to spread it across the country. The McDonald brothers were hesitant. They'd seen other people try to copy their methods and fail. They weren't sure their system could work anywhere else. But Ray was persistent. He convinced them that he could take their innovation and make it universal. He promised to maintain their quality standards, to preserve their vision, to make them wealthy in the process. Eventually, they agreed to let him try. What happened next was nothing short of revolutionary. Ray Kroc didn't just open McDonald's restaurants, he created a new way of doing business. He standardized everything: the food, the service, the appearance of the restaurants, even the uniforms the employees wore. He created training programs, quality control systems, marketing strategies. But most importantly, Ray understood something that the McDonald brothers had missed. The burger was more than just food. It was a symbol of American values. It represented speed, efficiency, affordability, consistency. It was democratic food, the same burger for everyone, regardless of their background or economic status. Ray Kroc's McDonald's restaurants began spreading across America in the 1950s and 1960s, and each new location was more than just a restaurant opening. It was a cultural event. It represented progress, modernity, the American way of life. The burger was becoming not just food, but ideology. And here's where the story becomes truly global. Because as American culture spread around the world in the post-World War II era, the burger went with it. American movies, American music, American values, and American food became symbols of freedom, prosperity, and modernity. The first McDonald's opened in Canada in 1967, in Australia in 1971, in Japan in 1971, in Europe in 1971. Each opening was a major event, drawing crowds of curious people who wanted to experience this quintessentially American food. But something interesting happened as the burger spread around the world. It began to change again. In Japan, McDonald's added rice burgers and shrimp burgers. In India, they created vegetarian burgers and removed beef entirely from many locations. In France, they focused on higher quality ingredients and more sophisticated preparation. The burger was becoming global, but it was also becoming local, adapting to different cultures, different tastes, different values. This adaptability is perhaps the burger's greatest strength. It's simple enough to be universal, but flexible enough to become personal. A burger can be a quick lunch for a busy executive, or a special treat for a child. It can be a simple hamburger with ketchup and mustard, or a gourmet creation with artisanal ingredients. It can be fast food or fine dining, depending on who's making it and who's eating it. But let's step back for a moment and consider what we're really talking about here. We're talking about a food that has been eaten by billions of people. We're talking about an industry that employs millions of people worldwide. We're talking about a cultural symbol that represents American values and global capitalism. All of this started with a 15-year-old boy named Charlie Negrin, who noticed that people were having trouble eating their food while walking around a county fair. All of this began with a simple observation: there has to be a better way. That's the most remarkable thing about the burger's birth. It wasn't created by food scientists or marketing experts or business consultants. It was created by ordinary people who saw a problem and decided to solve it. They weren't trying to build empires or change the world. They were just trying to make life a little bit easier for their customers. And yet their simple innovation did change the world. The burger became the foundation of the fast food industry, which revolutionized how people eat, how they work, how they live. It became a symbol of American culture that spread to every corner of the globe. It became a multi-billion-dollar industry that employs millions of people and feeds billions more. But perhaps most importantly, the burger became a symbol of human ingenuity. It proved that the best innovations often come from the most unexpected places. It showed that ordinary people with simple ideas can change the world. It demonstrated that the most revolutionary solutions are often the simplest ones. Think about the chain of events that led to the burger's creation. German immigrants brought their German steak traditions to America. American industrialization created a need for portable, affordable food. Individual entrepreneurs in different parts of the country independently developed similar solutions. Their innovations spread through word of mouth, through newspapers, through the natural flow of ideas in a democratic society. None of this was planned. None of this was coordinated. It was just human nature at work. People identifying problems, experimenting with solutions, and sharing their discoveries with others. It was the free market of ideas in action, the beautiful chaos of innovation that happens when people are free to think, to experiment, to fail, and to try again. The burger's birth also reveals something profound about American culture. America has always been a country of immigrants, a place where different traditions come together to create something new. The burger embodies this perfectly. It combined German meat traditions with American innovation, European bread-making techniques with New World ingredients, Old World craftsmanship with industrial efficiency. And the burger succeeded because it served a fundamentally American need, the need for food that matched the pace of American life. Americans were working longer hours, moving faster, living more mobile lives than anywhere else in the world. They needed food that could keep up with them. The burger was that food.
But the burger's success wasn't just about convenience. It was about democracy. Before the burger, good food was expensive food. If you wanted a satisfying meal, you needed time and money. The burger changed that. It made good food accessible to everyone, regardless of their economic status or social position. The burger also embodied American optimism. It was food for people who were going places, who were building something, who believed in the future. It was fuel for the American dream, nourishment for people who were working to create better lives for themselves and their families. And as the burger spread around the world, it carried these values with it. It became a symbol of American prosperity, American efficiency, American opportunity. People in other countries didn't just want to eat American burgers. They wanted to live American lives, to have American opportunities, to participate in American prosperity. But the burger's global spread also revealed its limitations. In some cultures, the burger was seen as a symbol of American imperialism, of the homogenization of local cultures, of the loss of traditional ways of life. The burger became a target for people who were concerned about globalization, about the dominance of American culture, about the loss of local identity. These criticisms weren't entirely unfair. The spread of burger chains did contribute to the decline of local restaurants and traditional food cultures. It did represent a form of cultural imperialism, even if that wasn't the intention. It did sometimes replace local diversity with global uniformity. But the burger also demonstrated its remarkable adaptability. As it spread around the world, it changed to accommodate local tastes and values. It became a vehicle for cultural exchange, a way for different cultures to interact and influence each other. It proved that globalization doesn't have to mean homogenization, that global ideas can become local innovations. Today, the burger continues to evolve. We have veggie burgers, turkey burgers, salmon burgers, even burgers made from plant-based proteins that taste remarkably like beef. We have gourmet burgers with exotic ingredients and fast food burgers that cost less than $1. We have burgers that are healthy and burgers that are indulgent, burgers that are simple and burgers that are complex. The burger has become whatever we need it to be, It's comfort food and convenience food, luxury food and economy food, traditional food and innovative food. It's a mirror that reflects our values, our needs, our dreams, our fears about the future. And perhaps that's the most remarkable thing about the burger's birth and evolution. It's not just a food, it's a lens through which we can understand human nature, American culture, and the forces that shape our world. It's a simple idea that became a complex phenomenon, a local innovation that became a global symbol, a practical solution that became a cultural icon. The story of the burger is ultimately a story about us. It's about our ingenuity, our adaptability, our ability to take simple ideas and turn them into something extraordinary. It's about our capacity to innovate, to improve, to make life better for ourselves and others. But it's also a story about the unintended consequences of innovation. The burger was created to solve a simple problem, how to make food more portable, but it ended up changing how we work, how we live, how we think about food and culture and identity. It became a symbol of American values and global capitalism, a target for criticism and a source of pride. The burger's creators couldn't have predicted any of this. Charlie Nagreen, Frank and Charles Minches, Lewis Lawson, Fletcher Davis, they were just trying to serve their customers better. They had no idea they were creating something that would spread around the world, that would become a multi-billion-dollar industry, that would shape culture and politics and economics for generations. And that's perhaps the most important lesson of the burger's birth and evolution. We never know which of our innovations will change the world. We never know which simple solutions will become complex phenomena. We never know which local ideas will become global symbols. All we can do is what those early burger pioneers did: identify problems, experiment with solutions, share our discoveries with others, and hope that our efforts make life a little bit better for the people around us. Sometimes that's enough. Sometimes that's everything. The burger teaches us that innovation doesn't require genius or vast resources or elaborate planning. It just requires the willingness to look at common problems with fresh eyes, to experiment with simple solutions, to persist when others doubt us, and to believe that ordinary people can do extraordinary things.
In the end, the birth of the burger is a story about the power of human creativity, the importance of individual initiative, and the unexpected ways that simple ideas can change the world. It's a story that reminds us that the most revolutionary innovations often come from the most humble beginnings, that the greatest changes often start with the smallest steps. And it's a story that continues to unfold, because every time someone takes a bite of a burger, they're participating in a tradition that began with a 15-year-old boy who noticed that people were having trouble eating their food while walking around a county fair. Every time someone opens a new restaurant, or invents a new recipe, or finds a new way to serve food, they're adding to a story that started over a century ago and continues to evolve today. The burger is more than food. It's a testament to human ingenuity, a symbol of cultural exchange, a reminder that the simplest ideas can have the most profound impact. It's proof that ordinary people can change the world, one small innovation at a time. And maybe that's the most delicious lesson of all, that the future is created not by grand gestures or elaborate plans, but by individuals who see problems and decide to solve them, who have ideas and decide to try them, who believe that there's always a better way and are willing to work to find it. The burger was born from that spirit of innovation and optimism, and it continues to embody those values today. Every time we take a bite, we're tasting not just food, but hope. Hope that problems can be solved, that life can be improved, that the future can be better than the past. In a world that often feels chaotic and uncertain, the burger offers a simple but powerful message: that ordinary people can do extraordinary things, that simple solutions can solve complex problems, and that the best innovations often come from the most unexpected places. That's the real story of the burger's birth. It's not just about food, it's about us. It's about our capacity to innovate, to adapt, to improve, to hope. It's about the beautiful, messy, unpredictable process of human creativity that has shaped our world and continues to shape our future. And it all started with a young man named Charlie Negreen, who noticed that people were having trouble eating their food while walking around a county fair and thought to himself, there has to be a better way. Sometimes changing the world is just that simple. But the story doesn't end there, because as the burger conquered America and then the world, it faced its greatest challenge yet, the question of what it meant to be American food in a rapidly changing world. The 1960s brought social upheaval, questioning of traditional values, and a growing awareness of health and environmental issues. The burger, once a symbol of progress and prosperity, suddenly found itself under attack. Critics began to question everything the burger represented. Was fast food making Americans unhealthy? Was the industrialization of food production destroying traditional cooking? Was the burger contributing to environmental problems? These weren't just questions about food. They were questions about American values, about the kind of society we wanted to be.
But here's what's remarkable about the burger's story. It didn't just survive this crisis, it evolved. The industry began to respond to concerns about health by offering salads, by reducing sodium and fat content, by providing nutritional information. They responded to environmental concerns by changing packaging, by sourcing ingredients more responsibly, by reducing waste. And something even more interesting happened. The burger began to fragment, to diversify, to become many different things to many different people. The fast food burger remained popular, but it was joined by the gourmet burger, the healthy burger, the ethnic burger, the artisanal burger. The burger became not just one thing, but a platform for infinite variation. This diversification revealed something profound about American culture and about the burger's place in it. America has always been a country of contradictions, a place where different values and different visions of the good life coexist, sometimes uncomfortably. The burger embodied these contradictions perfectly. It could be fast food or slow food, cheap or expensive, simple or complex, traditional or innovative. The 1970s and 1980s saw the rise of burger chains that catered to different market segments. While McDonald's continued to dominate the fast food market, other chains emerged with different value propositions. Burger King emphasized flame grilling and customization with their Have It Your Way slogan. Wendy's focused on fresh, never frozen beef and quality ingredients. In-N-Out Burger, founded in California, built a cult following with their simple menu and high-quality ingredients. Each of these chains represented a different philosophy of what the burger could be. McDonald's was about efficiency and consistency, the same burger everywhere, every time. Burger King was about personalization, letting customers choose exactly how they wanted their burger prepared. Wendy's was about quality, proving that fast food could also be good food. In-N-Out was about simplicity, doing a few things exceptionally well rather than trying to do everything. But perhaps the most significant development in the burger's evolution was the emergence of the gourmet burger movement in the 1980s and 1990s. Chefs began to take the humble burger seriously, to treat it as a canvas for culinary creativity. They experimented with different types of meat, grass-fed beef, buffalo, lamb, even exotic meats like ostrich and venison. They explored different cooking methods, grilling, broiling, even smoking. They created elaborate toppings and sauces that transformed the simple burger into a complex culinary experience. The gourmet burger movement represented something important, the democratization of fine dining. Just as the original burger had made good food accessible to working-class Americans, the gourmet burger made fine dining accessible to people who might have been intimidated by traditional upscale restaurants. You didn't need to know about wine or understand French cuisine to appreciate a well-made burger. But the gourmet burger also represented something else. The American belief that anything can be improved, that no tradition is so sacred that it can't be reimagined, that innovation and tradition can coexist. The gourmet burger honored the basic concept of the burger while elevating it, respecting its democratic roots while expanding its possibilities. This evolution continued into the 1990s and 2000s with the rise of regional burger chains that celebrated local ingredients and local tastes. Five Guys, started by a family in Virginia, became famous for their fresh-cut fries and high-quality beef. Shake Shack, founded in New York, elevated the burger experience with premium ingredients and stylish restaurants. Whataburger, a Texas chain, became a symbol of Texas pride and regional identity. Each of these chains told a different story about what the burger could represent. Five Guys emphasized family values and simple quality. Shake Shack combined gourmet ingredients with fast casual service. Whataburger celebrated regional pride and local traditions. The burger was becoming not just food, but a vehicle for storytelling, for expressing values and identity. And then came the next great challenge, the health food movement of the 2000s and 2010s. As Americans became more conscious of obesity, diabetes, and other health problems, the burger once again found itself under attack. Critics blamed fast food for America's health crisis, pointing to the high calorie, fat, and sodium content of many burgers. But once again, the burger adapted. The industry began to offering healthier options: turkey burgers, veggie burgers, burgers made with leaner beef. They added salads to their menus, offered fruit instead of fries, provided detailed nutritional information. They proved that the burger could evolve to meet changing consumer demands without losing its essential character.
The most dramatic evolution came with the rise of plant-based burgers in the 2010s. Companies like Beyond Meat and Impossible Foods developed burgers made entirely from plant ingredients that looked, tasted, and even bled like real beef. These burgers appealed to vegetarians and vegans, but also to omnivores who were concerned about the environmental impact of meat production. The plant-based burger represented a radical reimagining of what a burger could be. It challenged the fundamental assumption that a burger had to contain meat. It proved that the burger was really about form and function. The portable handheld format, the combination of protein and bread, the satisfying eating experience rather than specific ingredients. But the plant-based burger also represented something deeper, the ongoing evolution of American values. As Americans became more concerned about animal welfare, environmental sustainability, and health, the burger evolved to reflect these concerns. It remained recognizably a burger while becoming something entirely new. The 2010s also saw the rise of the smash burger, a style of burger preparation that involved smashing the beef patty thin on a hot griddle to create a crispy, caramelized exterior. This technique, popularized by chains like Shake Shack and later adopted by many others, represented a return to the basics of burger preparation while also being a technical innovation. The smash burger phenomenon revealed something important about food culture. Sometimes innovation means going back to the fundamentals and doing them better. The smash burger wasn't about adding exotic ingredients or complex preparation. It was about understanding the basic chemistry of cooking beef and applying that knowledge to create a superior product. Meanwhile, the burger continued to evolve internationally. In Japan, the rice burger used compressed rice patties instead of bread buns. In India, vegetarian burgers made from potatoes, beans, and spices became popular. In the Middle East, burgers were adapted to include local spices and ingredients. Each culture took the basic burger concept and made it their own. This global evolution of the burger revealed its true genius. It was a framework, not a recipe. The burger provided a structure, protein between bread, handheld, portable, that could be adapted to any culture, any set of ingredients, any culinary tradition. It was universal because it was adaptable. But perhaps the most significant development in the burger's recent evolution has been the rise of the better burger movement. Chains and restaurants that focus on higher quality ingredients, more humane treatment of animals, and more sustainable practices. These establishments charge more than traditional fast food chains, but they offer a product that reflects changing consumer values. The better burger movement represents a maturation of the burger concept.
It acknowledges that consumers are willing to pay more for food that aligns with their values, that they want to know where their food comes from and how it's produced. It proves that the burger can evolve to meet increasingly sophisticated consumer demands while maintaining its essential accessibility and appeal. This evolution has also been driven by technology. Social media has allowed burger enthusiasts to share their creations, to build communities around their shared passion, to influence each other's tastes and preferences. Food blogs, Instagram accounts, and YouTube channels have created a culture of burger appreciation that spans the globe. Technology has also changed how burgers are ordered and delivered. Apps like Uber Eats and DoorDash have made it possible to get a burger delivered to your door in minutes. Digital ordering systems have made it easier to customize burgers exactly to your preferences. These technological innovations have made the burger more accessible than ever before. But technology has also created new challenges. The rise of ghost kitchens, restaurants that exist only for delivery, has changed the economics of the burger business. The ability to order food instantly has increased consumer expectations for speed and convenience. The proliferation of options has made it harder for any single burger chain to dominate the market. The burger industry has also had to grapple with labor issues. As workers have demanded higher wages and better working conditions, burger chains have had to balance the need to keep prices affordable with the need to treat workers fairly. Some chains have responded by automating more of their operations, while others have invested in better training and higher wages.
These challenges have forced the burger industry to confront fundamental questions about its values and its future. Is the burger industry primarily about providing cheap, convenient food, or is it about creating good jobs and supporting communities? Can the industry maintain its democratic accessibility while also addressing concerns about health, environment, and labor? The answers to these questions are still being written, but what's clear is that the burger continues to evolve, to adapt, to reflect changing American values and global trends. It remains a mirror that reflects our society, our aspirations, our contradictions, our ongoing struggle to balance competing values and priorities. Today, you can buy a burger for less than $1 at some chains, or you can pay $30 for a gourmet burger at an upscale restaurant. You can get a burger made from traditional beef, or from plant-based proteins, or from exotic meats. You can eat it in a fast food restaurant, at a food truck, in your car, or at home. You can customize it with dozens of different toppings and sauces, or you can keep it simple with just ketchup and mustard. This incredible diversity is perhaps the burger's greatest achievement. It has become whatever we need it to be: comfort food, convenience food, luxury food, health food, comfort food, celebration food. It is proven that a simple idea can expand to accommodate infinite variation while maintaining its essential character. The burger's journey from Charlie Negreen's county fair stand to today's global phenomenon is a story of continuous adaptation and evolution. It's a story that reveals the power of simple ideas to grow and change while maintaining their essential appeal. It's a story that shows how food can become culture, how innovation can become tradition, how local ideas can become global symbols. But most importantly, it's a story that's still being written. Every new burger restaurant that opens, every new recipe that's developed, every new technology that's applied to burger production and distribution is another chapter in this ongoing story. The burger's future is being created today by entrepreneurs, chefs, and consumers who continue to find new ways to interpret and improve upon Charlie Negreen's simple innovation. The burger has survived economic depressions, world wars, cultural upheavals, and technological revolutions. It has adapted to changing tastes, evolving values, and new challenges. It has proven that the best innovations are not fixed products, but adaptable concepts that can grow and change with the times. And perhaps that's the most important lesson of the burger's birth and evolution, that the greatest innovations are those that provide a framework for further innovation, that create possibilities rather than limitations,
that invite others to build upon and improve upon the original idea. Charlie Nay Green couldn't have imagined that his simple solution to a county fair problem would become a global phenomenon. But he created something that was bigger than he knew. Not just a food, but a concept, a framework, a possibility. He created something that could grow and change and adapt while remaining essentially itself. That's the real magic of the burger story. It's not just about food, it's about the power of human creativity, the importance of solving problems, and the unexpected ways that simple ideas can change the world. It reminds us that innovation doesn't require genius or vast resources or elaborate planning. It just requires the willingness to look at common problems with fresh eyes and the courage to try something new. The burger is more than food. It's a testament to human ingenuity, a symbol of cultural exchange, a reminder that the simplest ideas can have the most profound impact. It's proof that ordinary people can change the world, one small innovation at a time. And in the end, that's perhaps the most delicious lesson of all, that the future is created not by grand gestures or elaborate plans, but by individuals who see problems and decide to solve them, who have ideas and decide to try them, who believe that there is always a better way and are willing to work to find it. The burger was born from that spirit of innovation and optimism, and it continues to embody those values today. Every time we take a bite, we're not tasting just food, but hope. Hope that problems can be solved, that life can be improved, that the future can be better than the past. In a world that often feels chaotic and uncertain, the burger offers a simple but powerful message that ordinary people can do extraordinary things, that simple solutions can solve complex problems, and that the best innovations often come from the most unexpected places. That's the real story of the burger's birth and evolution. It's not just about food, it's about us. It's about our capacity to innovate, to adapt, to improve, to hope. It's about the beautiful, messy, unpredictable process of human creativity that has shaped our world and continues to shape our future. And it all started with a young man named Charlie Nay Green, who noticed that people were having trouble eating their food while walking around a county fair and thought to himself, there has to be a better way. Sometimes changing the world is just that simple, but keeping that change alive, keeping it growing, keeping it relevant to new generations and new challenges, that's the real work. That's the work that thousands of people have done over the past century and a half, taking Charlie's simple idea and making it their own, adding their own innovations and improvements, ensuring that the burger continues to serve and delight and nourish people around the world. The burger story is far from over. It will continue to evolve, to adapt, to surprise us with new possibilities. It will continue to reflect our values, our needs, our dreams about what food can be and what life can be. And it will continue to remind us that the greatest innovations often come from the simplest observations, the most basic human needs, and the most ordinary moments of inspiration. Sometimes changing the world is just that simple, but keeping it changed, keeping it growing, keeping it meaningful, that's the beautiful, ongoing work of human creativity and collaboration. That's the work that ensures that good ideas don't just survive, but thrive and continue to make life better for people everywhere. The burger has done more than survive. It has flourished, evolved, and become something even greater than its creators imagined. And that, perhaps, is the most beautiful ending of all. Not an ending at all, but a beginning that continues to unfold one bite at a time. But let me tell you about the moments that truly reveal the burger's place in our hearts and our culture. Let me tell you about the father who takes his son to the same burger joint where his own father took him, creating a chain of memories that spans generations. Let me tell you about the immigrant family who opens a small burger restaurant, adding their own cultural touches to this most American of foods, creating something that is both familiar and entirely new. These are the stories that don't make headlines, that don't appear in business magazines or food industry reports. These are the quiet, personal stories of how the burger has woven itself into the fabric of our lives, how it has become more than food. It has become memory, tradition, connection. Think about your own relationship with the burger. Maybe it was your first job, flipping patties at a local restaurant, learning the value of hard work and customer service. Maybe it was the late-night meal that sustained you through college, the affordable comfort that got you through tough times. Maybe it was the celebratory meal after a graduation, a promotion, a first date that went well. The burger has been there for all of these moments, not as the star of the story, but as the reliable supporting character, the familiar presence that makes the moment feel right. It's the food of celebration and consolation, of everyday meals and special occasions, of childhood memories and adult responsibilities.
And this is where the burger's true genius lies, not in its ingredients or its preparation, but in its ability to be present for life's moments without overwhelming them. The burger doesn't demand attention like an elaborate meal might. It doesn't require special occasions or formal settings. It simply exists, ready to nourish and satisfy whenever we need it. This humble presence has made the burger a witness to American life in ways that few other foods can claim. It has been there for the lunch breaks of factory workers building the country's infrastructure. It has fed the soldiers heading off to war and welcomed them home. It has sustained the students pulling all-nighters, the parents rushing between work and family obligations, the entrepreneurs building their dreams one day at a time. The burger has also been there for America's moments of crisis and triumph. After the September 11th attacks, when people needed comfort and normalcy, burger restaurants became gathering places where communities came together to process their grief and fear. During the 2008 financial crisis, when families were struggling to make ends meet, the burger provided affordable nutrition that helped people get through tough times. But the burger has also been there for celebrations. When American Olympic athletes win gold medals, they often say they're looking forward to going home and having a burger. When soldiers return from deployment, a burger is often their first meal on American soil. When immigrants achieve their American dream, opening a burger restaurant is often how they celebrate and give back to their communities. These moments reveal something profound about the burger's place in American culture. It's not just food, it's a symbol of home, of belonging, of the American experience itself. It represents the idea that in America, simple pleasures are available to everyone, that comfort and satisfaction don't have to be expensive or exclusive. The burger also represents American resilience and adaptability. When times get tough, we don't abandon the burger, we find new ways to make it work. During the Great Depression, burger joints offered filling meals at affordable prices. During World War II, when meat was rationed, burger restaurants found creative ways to stretch their ingredients. During the economic uncertainties of recent decades, the burger industry has continuously adapted to changing consumer needs and economic conditions. This adaptability has also made the burger a canvas for the American immigrant experience. From the German immigrants who brought Hamburg steak traditions to the Mexican-American families who created the California-style burger with avocado and jalapenos. From the Greek immigrants who added their own spices and cooking techniques to the Korean-American fusion burgers that combine traditional Korean flavors with American formats. The burger became a melting pot in the truest sense, a food that absorbed and celebrated the diversity of American society. And as the burger spread around the world, it continued to evolve and adapt. In Japan, the MOS burger chain created rice burgers that used compressed rice patties instead of bread buns. In India, McDonald's developed the Maharaja Mac, a chicken burger created to respect local dietary restrictions. In the Middle East, burger chains created halal versions that met religious requirements while maintaining the essential burger experience. These international adaptations revealed the burger's universal appeal while also demonstrating its flexibility. The burger concept was strong enough to travel across cultures and languages, but adaptable enough to honor local traditions and preferences. It became a bridge between cultures, a way for people around the world to experience something recognizably American while also making it their own. The burger's global spread also created unexpected connections and exchanges. American soldiers stationed overseas introduced local populations to burger culture. International students studying in America took burger recipes and techniques back to their home countries. Business travelers and tourists carried burger expectations and experiences across borders. The burger became a form of cultural diplomacy, a way for America to share its values and innovations with the world. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the burger's global journey is how it has remained recognizably itself while becoming something entirely new in each culture it has touched. A burger in Tokyo is different from a burger in Mumbai, which is different from a burger in Sao Paulo, which is different from a burger in Stockholm. Yet they are all recognizably burgers, all part of the same family of foods that trace their lineage back to Charlie Nagrine's county fair stand. This global diversity has also influenced American burger culture. Korean-style burgers with kimchi and gochujang have appeared in American cities. Japanese-style burgers with teriyaki sauce and wasabi mayo have become popular. Middle Eastern-style burgers with hummus and tahini have found their audience. The burger has become a vehicle for cultural exchange, a way for Americans to experience global flavors while maintaining the familiar comfort of their beloved food format. The burger's evolution has also been driven by changing American demographics and values. As Americans have become more health conscious, the burger has adapted with leaner meats, whole grain buns, and fresh vegetable toppings. As Americans have become more environmentally conscious, the burger industry has responded with more sustainable practices, from reducing packaging waste to sourcing ingredients more responsibly. The rise of the organic and local food movements has also influenced burger culture. Many burger restaurants now emphasize locally sourced ingredients, grass-fed beef, and organic produce. These establishments charge premium prices, but they offer a product that reflects contemporary American values about food quality and environmental responsibility. The craft food movement has also embraced the burger. Just as craft breweries have elevated beer and craft coffee roasters have elevated coffee, craft burger makers have elevated the humble burger. They experiment with different cuts of meat, different cooking techniques, different flavor combinations. They treat the burger as a serious culinary creation worthy of the same attention and respect as any other food. This elevation of the burger has also created new career opportunities. Burger specialists, burger consultants, and burger sommeliers have emerged as legitimate professions. Food critics now review burger restaurants with the same seriousness they once reserved for fine dining establishments. The burger has gained respect as a legitimate culinary art form. But even as the burger has been elevated and refined, it has maintained its democratic character. You can still get a satisfying burger for a few dollars at countless restaurants across America. The burger remains accessible to everyone, regardless of their economic status or social position. It continues to be the great equalizer, the food that brings people together across all lines of difference. The burger's democratic nature has also made it a symbol of American opportunity. Many successful entrepreneurs have started their careers in burger restaurants, learning business skills and work ethic that serve them well in other endeavors. The burger industry has provided entry-level jobs for millions of American youth, teaching them responsibility, customer service, and the value of hard work. The burger has also been a vehicle for social mobility. Countless immigrant families have used burger restaurants as stepping stones to the American dream, starting with small establishments and growing them into successful businesses. The burger's simplicity and universal appeal have made it an ideal business for people who might not have extensive culinary training or significant capital, but who have determination and a strong work ethic. These success stories continue to this day. Food truck operators start with mobile burger stands and grow into brick-and-mortar restaurants. Small regional chains expand into national brands. Individual restaurants become local institutions that serve their communities for generations. The burger continues to be a pathway to success for people who are willing to work hard and serve their customers well. The burger has also played a role in American technological innovation. The fast food industry has been a pioneer in automation, efficiency, and quality control. The systems developed for burger production have been applied to other industries, from manufacturing to logistics. The burger industry has been a testing ground for new technologies, from computerized ordering systems to automated cooking equipment. The drive-through window, now ubiquitous in American commercial life, was largely developed to serve burger customers. The concept of franchising, which has been applied to countless other businesses, was perfected by burger chains. The principles of standardization and quality control that govern modern business were first developed in burger restaurants. These innovations have had impacts far beyond the food industry. The efficiency techniques developed for burger production have been applied to manufacturing, healthcare, and service industries. The marketing strategies pioneered by burger chains have influenced how all kinds of businesses communicate with their customers. The burger industry has been a laboratory for American business innovation. The burger has also been a subject of cultural criticism and artistic expression. Filmmakers have used burger restaurants as settings for everything from romantic comedies to social dramas. Musicians have written songs about burgers and the culture surrounding them. Artists have painted, sculpted, and photographed burgers as symbols of American life. Pop art icons like Andy Warhol and Claus Oldenburg elevated the burger to the level of fine art, recognizing its significance as a cultural symbol. The burger has appeared in literature, theater, and television as a shorthand for American values and lifestyle. It has become a cultural touchstone, a reference point that everyone understands. This cultural significance has also made the burger a target for criticism and satire. Critics have used the burger as a symbol of everything they dislike about American culture: excess, materialism, conformity, environmental destruction. The burger has been blamed for obesity, cultural imperialism, and the decline of traditional food cultures. But the burger has proven remarkably resilient to these criticisms. Each attack has prompted innovation and adaptation, making the burger stronger and more relevant. The industry has responded to health concerns by offering healthier options. It has responded to environmental concerns by adopting more sustainable practices. It has responded to cultural criticism by embracing diversity and local adaptation. The burger's ability to absorb criticism and emerge stronger is perhaps its greatest strength. It has never claimed to be perfect, never pretended to be something it's not. It has simply continued to serve people's needs, to adapt to changing circumstances, to evolve with the times. It has remained humble, even as it has achieved global dominance. This humility is part of what makes the burger so enduring. It doesn't demand reverence or special treatment. It doesn't require elaborate preparation or expensive ingredients. It simply does its job, providing nourishment, satisfaction, and comfort to people who need it. It is food without pretense, sustenance without ceremony. And yet, the burger has achieved something that few foods can claim. It has become truly universal. It is eaten by people of all ages, all backgrounds, all economic levels. It is available in virtually every country on Earth. It has transcended cultural, linguistic, and economic barriers to become a truly global food. This universality is perhaps the burger's greatest achievement. In a world that often seems divided by differences of culture, religion, politics, and economics, the burger offers a common ground. It is something that people everywhere can understand and appreciate, regardless of their background or beliefs.
The burger has also achieved something else remarkable. It has remained essentially unchanged while continuously evolving. The basic concept, meat between bread, handheld and portable, has remained constant for over a century. But the execution, the ingredients, the preparation, the presentation have all evolved dramatically. The burger has proven that tradition and innovation can coexist, that you can honor the past while embracing the future. This balance between tradition and innovation is perhaps the most American thing about the burger. America has always been a country that honors its past while embracing change, that values tradition while celebrating innovation. The burger embodies this American paradox perfectly. As we look to the future, the burger faces new challenges and opportunities. Climate change is forcing the industry to reconsider its environmental impact. Changing demographics are creating new market opportunities. Technological advances are creating new possibilities for production and distribution. The burger will need to continue evolving to remain relevant and sustainable. But if history is any guide, the burger will meet these challenges successfully. It will adapt, innovate, and evolve while maintaining its essential character. It will continue to serve people's needs, to bring communities together, to provide comfort and satisfaction to people around the world. The burger story is ultimately a story about resilience, adaptability, and the power of simple ideas to change the world. It is a story about ordinary people doing extraordinary things, about innovation born from necessity, and about the beautiful chaos of human creativity. Most importantly, it is a story that reminds us that the greatest innovations often come from the most humble beginnings, that the most revolutionary ideas are often the most simple ones, and that the future is created by people who see problems and decide to solve them. Charlie Nagrin saw people struggling to eat their food while walking around a county fair, and he thought there had to be a better way. He was right. There was a better way, and he found it. And in finding it, he gave the world something precious, a simple, satisfying, democratic food that has brought comfort and joy to billions of people over the past century and a half. The burger is more than food. It is a testament to human ingenuity, a symbol of cultural exchange, a reminder that the simplest ideas can have the most profound impact. It is proof that ordinary people can change the world one small innovation at a time. And the story continues. Every day, somewhere in the world, someone is taking a bite of a burger and experiencing that simple pleasure that Charlie Nagrin first created in 1885. Every day, someone is opening a new burger restaurant, adding their own twist to this enduring American creation. Every day, the burger continues to evolve, to adapt, to serve people's needs in new and innovative ways. The burger's journey from a county fair stand to a global phenomenon is far from over. It will continue to change, to grow, to surprise us with new possibilities. It will continue to be whatever we need it to be. Comfort food, convenience food, celebration food, connection food. It will continue to bring people together, to create memories, to nurture bodies and souls. And perhaps that is the most beautiful thing about the burger story. It is not really about the burger at all. It is about us. It is about our capacity to innovate, to adapt, to create, to connect. It is about our ability to take simple ideas and turn them into something extraordinary. It is about our endless quest to make life better, one small innovation at a time. The burger was born from that quest, and it continues to embody that spirit today. Every time we take a bite, we are participating in a tradition that began with a young man who saw a problem and decided to solve it. We are tasting not just food, but hope. Hope that problems can be solved, that life can be improved, and that the future can be better than the past. In a world that often feels complicated and uncertain, the burger offers a simple but powerful message that ordinary people can do extraordinary things, that simple solutions can solve complex problems, and that the best innovations often come from the most unexpected places. That is the real story of the burger's birth and evolution. It is not just about food, it is about the beautiful, messy, unpredictable process of human creativity that has shaped our world and continues to shape our future.
It is about the power of simple ideas to change everything, one bite at a time.
And then, like all great stories, ours finds its champion in the most unlikely of places. Picture Antoine Augustin Parmentier, a young French pharmacist with gentle eyes and a heart full of compassion, locked away in a Prussian prison during the 7 Years' War. The walls are cold stone, the light is dim, and hope seems as distant as the stars that barely penetrate the barred windows. But in this darkness, Parmentier discovers light. His captors feed the prisoners almost nothing but potatoes, rough, simply prepared, often little more than boiled in their skins. Where others might see deprivation, Parmentier sees revelation. Day after day, as he consumes these humble tubers, he feels his strength returning, his mind clearing, his spirit lifting despite the circumstances. He begins to understand that he is witnessing something miraculous, a food so complete, so nourishing, that it alone can sustain life. Night after night, lying on his straw mattress and listening to the whispered prayers of his fellow prisoners, Parmentier dreams of a France where no one need ever go hungry again. He envisions fields of green stretching to the horizon, underground treasures more valuable than any king's ransom, and the faces of children glowing with health and happiness. These are not mere dreams, they are prophecies waiting to be fulfilled. When peace finally comes and the prison doors swing open, Parmentier carries with him more than just his freedom. He carries a mission that will consume the rest of his life with the passion of a true believer. He returns to France, not merely as a returned prisoner of war, but as an apostle of the potato, ready to preach the gospel of this underground salvation to anyone who will listen. But France in the 1770s was not ready for such revolutionary ideas. The common people, bound by centuries of tradition and superstition, viewed the potato with the same suspicion their ancestors had reserved for comets and eclipses. They called it devil's apple and crossed themselves when they passed the few experimental plots. The nobility, equally conservative in their own way, saw no reason to concern themselves with the dietary habits of peasants. But Parmentier was a student of human nature as much as he was of botany and medicine. He understood that the mind must be convinced before the stomach can be satisfied. That perception shapes reality more powerfully than any logical argument. And so, with the patience of a master gardener and the cunning of a natural psychologist, he began to plant seeds of desire rather than mere tubers. Picture the scene. Parmentier, now middle-aged and distinguished, cultivating a field of potatoes on the sandy plains outside Paris. But this is no ordinary field. During the day, he posts armed guards around its perimeter, suggesting that whatever grows within must be precious beyond measure. The curious gather at a respectful distance, whispering amongst themselves, "What treasures does this field contain that require such protection?" But here is Parmentier's stroke of genius. As evening falls and darkness begins to blanket the countryside, the guards mysteriously disappear. Local peasants, their curiosity inflamed by the day's theatrical display, creep into the unguarded field under cover of night. They steal the mysterious tubers, carry them home and plant them in their own gardens, convinced they have made off with aristocratic delicacies.
French fries. Close your eyes, dear wanderer, and let yourself drift back through the veils of time, back to a place where the earth itself holds secrets in its embrace. Picture, if you will, the rolling hills of the Andes Mountains, where the morning mist clings to ancient terraces like silk scarves forgotten by the gods. Here, 10,000 years ago, beneath skies so vast they seem to swallow eternity, the first chapter of our story begins to whisper itself into existence. The air is thin and sweet with the promise of dawn. Indigenous hands, weathered by wind and wisdom, tenderly coax small, colorful treasures from the dark, fertile soil. These are not the golden potatoes you might imagine, but something far more mystical. purple as twilight, blue as a summer evening, red as the heart of a sunset. Each one a jewel carved by nature's patient artistry, each one carrying within its humble form the power to nourish civilizations yet unborn. Listen closely, and you can hear the gentle murmur of ancient voices, speaking in tongues that predate the very concept of nations. They call this miracle Papa, a word so simple, so pure, it sounds like a child's first attempt at prayer. And perhaps it is. For in these small, unassuming tubers lies a story that will span continents, cross oceans, and ultimately transform the way humanity feeds its soul. The sacred beginning. 2. In the beginning, there was earth and water and the patient turning of seasons. The potato, in its original wild form, was bitter, a reminder that all good things must be earned through understanding, through the alchemy of human care and love. The Inca people, those master gardeners of the impossible slopes, learned to freeze-dry these gifts from Pachamama, the Earth Mother, creating chuño, sustenance that could last through the lean winters and nourish explorers on journeys that stretched beyond the horizon of imagination. Imagine the first woman who held a potato in her weathered palms, feeling its weight, its promise. Did she know that she cradled in her hands the future of nations? Did she sense that this humble root would one day feed kings and commoners alike, would spark revolutions and end famines, would become the golden thread that weaves through the tapestry of human civilization? The terraces themselves tell stories, stone upon ancient stone, creating staircases that seem to ascend not just mountains, but time itself. Each level represents generations of knowledge passed down like sacred scrolls, written not in ink, but in the language of soil and seed, rain and harvest moon. The Inca developed over 3,000 varieties of potatoes, each one adapted to its specific elevation, each one a note in nature's vast symphony of survival and abundance. Now let your mind's eye travel across vast expanses of time and distance. The year is 1570, and Spanish conquistadors, their armor catching the South American sun like mirrors reflecting dreams, load their galleons with treasures beyond imagination. Gold, yes, but also something far more precious, though they do not yet know it. In the dark holds of their ships, alongside chests of silver and emeralds, rest humble sacks containing the future of European cuisine. The Atlantic Ocean stretches before these vessels like liquid eternity, its waves carrying more than ships. They carry destiny itself. Picture the gentle rolling motion of those ancient galleons, rocking their precious cargo like mothers nursing sleeping children. Deep in the hold, in darkness profound and complete, the potatoes wait with the patience of mountains, the stillness of seeds dreaming of spring. The journey takes months. Salt spray kisses the wooden hulls, storms rage and subside like the breathing of sleeping giants, and through it all, the potatoes endure. They are not merely surviving this voyage, they are transforming, preparing themselves for a new world, a new purpose. Each day at sea is another page in their story. Each league traveled another step toward their golden destiny. When the ships finally reached the ports of Seville and Cadiz, their holds heavy with the promise of the new world, few could imagine that among all the glittering treasures, the most revolutionary cargo would be these earthborn gems that asked for nothing more than soil and rain to multiply their blessings 1,000-fold. Europe in the 16th century was a continent on the cusp of transformation, though it did not yet know it. The potato arrived like a quiet stranger at a crowded feast, noticed by few, understood by fewer still. In monastery gardens and the private plots of curious botanists, these New World curiosities were planted with the tender care reserved for exotic flowers rather than future staples. Picture Brother Thomas, a Franciscan monk with earth permanently embedded beneath his fingernails and wonder permanently etched in his eyes, kneeling in his monastery garden as the first European potato plants pushed their green fingers through alien soil. The morning light filters through the cloister arches, casting geometric shadows across the neat rows of vegetables, and there, among the familiar cabbages and turnips, something unprecedented is raking root. For nearly 2 centuries, the potato remained Europe's beautiful secret, adorning tables as ornamental plants rather than nourishment. Aristocrats wore potato flowers in their buttonholes, unaware that beneath the soil lay treasures far more valuable than the jewels that adorned their throats. The potato was patient, as all great revolutions must be. It waited, growing quietly in gardens scattered across a continent, preparing for its moment to step from the shadows of history into the golden light of destiny. The people whispered of this strange tuber with a mixture of suspicion and fascination. Some called it poisonous, and indeed they were not entirely wrong, for the green skin and sprouted eyes did contain toxins. Others deemed it food fit only for pigs and peasants, not knowing that they gazed upon the future salvation of their descendants. The potato absorbed these judgments with the equanimity of earth itself, neither hurrying nor hesitating, simply growing, season by season, toward its inevitable triumph.
The champion's arrival. 5. And then, like all great stories, ours finds its champion in the most unlikely of places. Picture Antoine Augustin Parmentier, a young French pharmacist with gentle eyes and a heart full of compassion, locked away in a Prussian prison during the 7 Years' War. The walls are cold stone, the light is dim, and hope seems as distant as the stars that barely penetrate the barred windows. But in this darkness, Parmentier discovers light. His captors feed the prisoners almost nothing but potatoes, rough, simply prepared, often little more than boiled in their skins. Where others might see deprivation, Parmentier sees revelation. Day after day, as he consumes these humble tubers, he feels his strength returning, his mind clearing, his spirit lifting despite the circumstances. He begins to understand that he is witnessing something miraculous, a food so complete, so nourishing, that it alone can sustain life. Night after night, lying on his straw mattress and listening to the whispered prayers of his fellow prisoners, Parmentier dreams of a France where no one need ever go hungry again. He envisions fields of green stretching to the horizon, underground treasures more valuable than any king's ransom, and the faces of children glowing with health and happiness. These are not mere dreams. They are prophecies waiting to be fulfilled. When peace finally comes and the prison doors swing open, Parmentier carries with him more than just his freedom. He carries a mission that will consume the rest of his life with the passion of a true believer. He returns to France not merely as a returned prisoner of war, but as an apostle of the potato, ready to preach the gospel of this underground salvation to anyone who will listen.
The art of persuasion. But France in the 1770s was not ready for such revolutionary ideas. The common people, bound by centuries of tradition and superstition, viewed the potato with the same suspicion their ancestors had reserved for comets and eclipses. They called it devil's apple and crossed themselves when they passed the few experimental plots. The nobility, equally conservative in their own way, saw no reason to concern themselves with the dietary habits of peasants. Parmentier, however, was a student of human nature as much as he was of botany and medicine. He understood that the mind must be convinced before the stomach can be satisfied, that perception shapes reality more powerfully than any logical argument, And so, with the patience of a master gardener and the cunning of a natural psychologist, he began to plant seeds of desire rather than mere tubers. Picture the scene. Parmentier, now middle-aged and distinguished, cultivating a field of potatoes on the sandy plains outside Paris. But this is no ordinary field. During the day, he posts armed guards around its perimeter, suggesting that whatever grows within must be precious beyond measure. The curious gather at a respectful distance, whispering among themselves, "What treasures does this field contain that require such protection?" But here is Parmentier's stroke of genius. As evening falls and darkness begins to blanket the countryside, the guards mysteriously disappear. Local peasants, their curiosity inflamed by the day's theatrical display, creep into the unguarded field under cover of night. They steal the mysterious tubers, carry them home, and plant them in their own gardens, convinced they have made off with aristocratic delicacies.
The Royal Feast. 7. The culmination of Parmentier's campaign comes on an August evening in 1785, when the very air itself seems charged with possibility. King Louis XVI and Queen Marie Antoinette, resplendent in their silk and jewels, sit at the head of a table laden with dishes that would ordinarily represent the pinnacle of French culinary artistry. But tonight is different. Tonight, every single dish, from the elegant soup course to the elaborate desserts, contains one common ingredient: the humble potato. The scene unfolds like a dream painted in gold and candlelight. The Palace of Versailles glows with the warm light of 1,000 candles, their flames dancing in crystal chandeliers and reflecting off polished silver. The courtiers, dressed in their finest satins and brocades, raise their glasses in toast after toast, each more enthusiastic than the last. They are not merely eating, they are participating in a revolution, though they did not yet understand its magnitude. Marie Antoinette, her powdered hair adorned with potato flowers instead of her usual diamonds, laughs with delight at each new course. The queen, who will one day supposedly suggest that hungry peasants eat cake, now unwittingly champions the very food that could have prevented the revolution that will ultimately claim her throne. History holds its breath, aware of ironies that the participants cannot yet perceive. Parmentier moves through the glittering crowd like a gentle prophet, his eyes shining with the satisfaction of a man who has seen his life's work vindicated. He watches as Duke and Duchess alike praise the flavor and texture of his beloved tubers, as ministers of state request the recipes for their own cooks, as the very foundations of French agriculture begin to shift beneath the weight of this single, transformative evening. The Westward Journey. As America grows and stretches its young limbs toward the Pacific, the potato travels alongside the pioneers, carried in covered wagons that roll across prairies vast as oceans and through mountain passes that scrape the belly of the sky. Picture these caravans of hope, dust clouds marking their passage across a landscape that seems to extend beyond the very edge of imagination. In every wagon, among the precious cargo of family photographs and grandmother's china, ride humble sacks of seed potatoes, the genetic library of future abundance. The pioneers understand, perhaps better than any generation before or since, the true value of the potato. When game is scarce and the nearest trading post lies weeks behind them, when children cry with hunger and the horizon offers nothing but endless grass and endless sky, the potato provides not just nutrition, but hope itself. Around countless campfires, beneath star-spangled skies that seem close enough to touch, families share simple meals of roasted potatoes and dreams of the fertile valleys that await them at journey's end. Idaho Territory, with its volcanic soil and mountain-fed streams, proves to be the promised land that the potato has been seeking for centuries. Here, In valleys cradled between peaks that pierce the clouds like cathedral spires, the russet Burbank potato finds its perfect home. The days are warm and sunny, the nights cool and crisp, the soil rich with minerals leached from ancient lava flows. It is as if the earth itself has been preparing for this moment, composing the perfect symphony of climate and chemistry that will produce the most perfect French fry the world has ever known. Settlers like Luther Burbank, working with the patient dedication of artists and the methodical precision of scientists, begin the delicate work of potato breeding. They're not merely growing food, they're sculpting the future, one generation of carefully selected tubers at a time. Each plant represents hundreds of hours of observation. Each harvest brings them closer to their vision of the perfect potato, long, smooth, with flesh that cooks to fluffy perfection and skin that crisps like autumn leaves.
The Great Transformation, 8. In the decades that follow, Europe transforms itself with the quiet persistence of seasons changing. The potato, no longer a curiosity or a medicine, becomes the foundation upon which entire societies rebuild themselves. Irish farmers, working the emerald hills that roll like sleeping giants toward the sea, discover that an acre of potatoes can feed a family where an acre of grain might leave them hungry. The population swells like a tide. Children laugh in cottages where once only silence dwelt. And for a brief golden moment, it seems as though humanity has finally solved the ancient riddle of hunger. Picture those Irish fields in the early 1800s, row upon row of green plants stretching toward horizons that seem to promise endless abundance. Families work the land with the rhythm of ancient dances, their movements synchronized by generations of agricultural wisdom. Children playing between the rows, their laughter mixing with the songs of larks and the distant sound of waves breaking against cliffs that have witnessed 10,000 years of human struggle and triumph. The potato becomes more than sustenance. It becomes hope itself, rooted in earth but reaching toward sky. Wedding feasts celebrate with colcannon, that perfect marriage of potatoes and cabbage that tastes of comfort and contentment. Harvest festivals honor not just the grain gods of old, but this new deity of the underground, this provider of plenty that asks for so little and gives so much. But even as Europe celebrates its newfound abundance, the potato begins its next great journey. Across the Atlantic, in the young United States of America, Thomas Jefferson, statesman, philosopher, and eternal student of human nature, tends his gardens at Monticello with the same careful attention he brings to crafting constitutions and declaring independence. The American Dream, 9. Jefferson's garden at Monticello is more than a mere plot of vegetables. It is a laboratory of democracy, a place where old world wisdom meets new world possibility. Here, among the rows of experimental crops that stretch down the hillside like lines of poetry written in green ink, the potato finds its next incarnation. Jefferson, ever the innovator, introduces his countrymen not just to the simple boiled potato of European peasants, but to something new and revolutionary, the French fry. Picture the scene in the Monticello kitchen on a crisp autumn evening in 1802. The room glows with the warm light of the cooking fire. Copper pots gleam on their hooks, and the air fills with the most intoxicating aroma. That first perfect scent of potatoes meeting hot oil, of simple ingredients transforming into something approaching the divine. James Hemings, Jefferson's enslaved chef who had trained in the finest kitchens of Paris, carefully lowers thin strips of potato into the bubbling oil, watching with the focused attention of an alchemist as they transform from pale white to golden perfection. This moment, this singular, beautiful moment, represents more than just a new way of preparing food. It represents the birth of something uniquely American, something that will one day become as symbolic of the New World as the Liberty Bell or the Statue of Freedom. The French fry, with its democratic simplicity and aristocratic elegance, embodies the very spirit of a nation that dares to believe that all people, regardless of birth or station, deserve not just survival, but pleasure, not just sustenance, but joy.
Jefferson serves these golden treasures to his dinner guests with the same pride he might display the Declaration of Independence or the Louisiana Treaty of Independence. And perhaps he is right to do so, for in these crispy golden strips lies another kind of declaration, a proclamation that America will be a land where even the humblest ingredients can be transformed into something magnificent, where innovation and tradition dance together like partners in an eternal waltz. The Industrial Dawn. The 20th century arrives like a great wave, bringing with it the rumble of machines and the gleaming promise of mass production. In boardrooms filled with cigar smoke and ambition, entrepreneurs envision a future where the perfect French fry can be delivered to every corner of the nation, where quality and consistency triumph over the vagaries of individual cooks and local preferences. Picture the first automated French fry production facility, its machines humming with mechanical precision as conveyor belts carry thousands of potatoes through a process that seems almost magical in its efficiency. The potatoes enter one end as humble tubers, dirt still clinging to their skins like memories of the earth, and emerge at the other end as perfectly uniform golden strips, ready to travel across continents without losing an ounce of their crispy perfection. But this industrialization is more than mere efficiency. It represents a democratization of pleasure. The perfect French fry, once available only to those wealthy enough to employ skilled chefs or fortunate enough to live near exceptional restaurants, now becomes accessible to every American family. The immigrant child in a tenement on the Lower East Side can enjoy the same golden perfection as the railroad baron's daughter in her Newport mansion. In 1940, the McDonald brothers, Dick and Mac, stand in their small restaurant in San Bernardino, California, watching the sunset over the San Gabriel Mountains while the scent of French fries fills the desert air. They have no way of knowing that they are on the verge of creating something that will transform not just American eating habits, but the very fabric of global culture. Their speedy service system represents more than fast food. It represents the American dream of efficiency, consistency, and universal access to pleasure. The Golden Revolution. Ray Kroc, a traveling milkshake machine salesman with the vision of a prophet and the persistence of flowing water wearing away stone, arrives at the McDonald Brothers restaurant on a day that will be remembered as long as humans gather to share meals. The year is 1954, and America stands on the threshold of an era of unprecedented prosperity and mobility. Families are moving to suburbs that stretch like dreams made manifest across landscapes that once knew only corn and cattle. They are buying automobiles that promise freedom and adventure. And they're hungry for food that matches the pace of their new lives, hungry for experiences that the whole family can share. Ray Kroc tastes his first McDonald's French fry on that pivotal day. And in that moment of crispy, salty perfection, he sees the future with startling clarity. These are not merely fried potatoes. They are edible symbols of American innovation, consistency, and democratic values. Every fry in every restaurant will be exactly the same golden length, the same perfect texture, the same satisfying taste. A traveler can drive from Maine to California and find the same comforting perfection at every stop. A small but significant victory over the chaos and uncertainty of a rapidly changing world. The expansion that follows resembles nothing so much as the spread of a benevolent empire, each new golden arch marking another outpost of American optimism. Picture the early McDonald's restaurants rising from vacant lots like monuments to efficiency and joy. Their red and white tiles gleaming in the afternoon sun, their neon signs promising consistency and satisfaction to families piling out of station wagons after long days of travel. The French fry becomes more than food. It becomes a language that needs no translation, a source of comfort that transcends cultural boundaries, a small but perfect pleasure that children from Chicago to Cheyenne can share with equal delight. in school cafeterias and birthday parties, at baseball games and family picnics, the French fry establishes itself as one of the fundamental experiences of American childhood.
The global embrace, 13. As the 1960s dawned with their promise of progress and their whisper of revolution, the French fry begins its final great journey from American innovation to global phenomenon. Picture the first McDonald's opening in foreign capitals. Tokyo, where ancient traditions of precision and perfection meet the American ideals of speed and convenience. London, where the French fry must compete with fish and chips for the hearts of a nation raised on different traditions of fried potatoes. Sydney, where the golden arches rise against skies that seem impossibly blue and vast. Each new country represents not just a market expansion, but a cultural translation. The French fry speaks a universal language of comfort and satisfaction, but it must learn new accents, adapt to new palates, find its place alongside ancient culinary traditions that stretch back thousands of years. In Japan, it is served alongside teriyaki burgers and miso soup. In India, it appears as a side dish to curry-spiced chicken burgers. In the Middle East, it provides a familiar anchor in meals that blend American efficiency with local spices and traditions. The transformation is not one-sided. As the French fry travels the world, it absorbs influences and inspirations that flow back to enrich its American birthplace. Belgian techniques for double frying create new levels of crispy perfection. British traditions of serving fries with fish inspire new combination meals. Asian innovations in seasoning introduce flavors that would have been unimaginable to those first potato farmers in the Andes. By the 1980s, the French fry has become one of the most widely consumed foods on Earth, a golden thread that connects cultures and continents in a web of shared pleasure. A child in Mumbai can enjoy the same crispy satisfaction as a child in Minneapolis. And in that shared experience, something beautiful happens. A moment of connection across all the barriers that might otherwise divide us. The science of perfection. 14. Behind every perfect French fry lies a symphony of science that would astound those early Andean farmers who first coaxed potatoes from mountain soil. In laboratories that gleam with stainless steel and hum with precise temperature controls, food scientists work with the dedication of researchers seeking the cure for disease and the precision of watchmakers assembling Swiss timepieces. They understand now that the perfect French fry requires not just the right potato, though the russet Burbank remains the gold standard, but the right balance of starches and sugars, the precise temperature of oil, the exact duration of cooking time measured not in minutes, but in seconds. They know that the exterior must reach exactly the right temperature to create that perfect crispy shell, while the interior must achieve that ideal fluffy texture that yields to the bite like a cumulus cloud yielding to wind. Picture Dr. Malcolm Bourne in his laboratory at Cornell University, surrounded by instruments that can measure texture with greater precision than human senses can detect. He holds a single French fry up to the light, studying its golden surface with the intensity of a jeweler examining a rare diamond. This is more than food science. This is the pursuit of perfection in its most democratic form. The quest to ensure that every person who bites into a French fry experiences exactly the same moment of crispy, fluffy, salty satisfaction. The industrial processes that create billions of French fries each year represent one of humanity's great achievements in consistency and quality control. Potatoes are sorted by size and density using machines that can detect variations invisible to the human eye. They are cut by blades, sharpened to tolerances measured in thousandths of inches. They are blanched, dried, and partially cooked in processes timed to the second and monitored by computers that adjust temperature and timing based on the moisture content of each individual batch.
The cultural phenomenon. But the French fry has become far more than a triumph of food science or industrial efficiency. It has evolved into a cultural phenomenon that shapes how we think about comfort, pleasure, and the small rituals that bind communities together. Picture the American teenager of the 1970s, clutching a red cardboard container of fries while sitting in the back seat of a friend's Volkswagen Beetle, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of orange and pink that echo the golden perfection of the fries themselves. These moments, multiplied millions of times across decades of American life, create a collective memory that transcends individual experience. The French fry becomes the soundtrack to first dates and family road trips, late-night study sessions and championship celebrations. It appears in films and television shows not just as food, but as symbol and metaphor, representing everything from childhood innocence to adult indulgence, from American abundance to global connectivity. The French fry shapes language itself. "Would you like fries with that?" becomes one of the most recognized phrases in the English language, a verbal icon of American consumer culture that spreads around the world alongside the golden arches and red containers that carry it. French fry enters dictionaries in dozens of languages, often unchanged, as if the food itself carries its own linguistic DNA that resists translation. Artists find inspiration in the French fry's perfect geometry and golden color. Pop artists like Andy Warhol see in it the same democratic beauty they find in soup cans and soda bottles, the elevation of the everyday into the realm of art. Photographers capture its crispy textures and warm hues with the same attention they might give to portraiture or landscape. The French fry becomes not just sustenance, but subject matter, not just food, but cultural artifact worthy of study and celebration. The home kitchen revolution. As the French fry conquers the commercial world, it begins a quieter but no less significant revolution in home kitchens around the globe. Picture the suburban American kitchen of the 1960s, Formica countertops gleaming under fluorescent lights, appliances in cheerful pastels, and on the counter, a new marvel of domestic engineering, the electric deep fryer, promising to bring restaurant-quality French fries into the family home. The deep fryer represents more than convenience. It represents democracy in action, the breaking down of barriers between professional and domestic cuisine. No longer must families rely solely on restaurants for perfect French fries. With the right equipment and a little practice, any home cook can create golden perfection in their own kitchen, can fill their home with the intoxicating aroma of potatoes transforming in hot oil, can gather their family around the table for the shared pleasure of homemade fries. Cookbooks begin to include chapters devoted entirely to French fry variations. Julia Child, the grande dame of American cooking, approaches the French fry with the same reverence she reserves for coq au vin and bouillabaisse. She writes of the importance of proper potato selection, of oil temperature and timing, of the satisfying sound that fresh fries make when they hit hot oil, a gentle bubbling that speaks of transformation in progress. The frozen French fry, introduced in supermarkets in the 1960s, represents yet another democratization. Families in small towns far from the nearest McDonald's can now experience consistently perfect fries in their own ovens. The freezer aisle becomes a gallery of golden possibilities, straight cut and crinkle cut, shoestring and steak fries, each variety promising its own unique texture and satisfaction. The gourmet evolution, 17. As the 21st century dawns, the French fry undergoes perhaps its most surprising transformation, from simple comfort food to gourmet delicacy. In restaurants where a single meal might cost more than a family of four spends on groceries in a week, celebrity chefs present French fries with the same ceremony once reserved for caviar and truffle. Picture Thomas Keller in the kitchen of the French Laundry, his hands moving with the precision of a surgeon as he cuts Yukon Gold potatoes into perfect batons. Each fry will be blanched in water at exactly 160 degrees, cooled to room temperature, then fried twice. First at 325 degrees to cook the interior to fluffy perfection, then at 375 degrees to create that impossibly crispy exterior. The finished fries are served in elegant silver cups, seasoned with fleur de sel harvested from the coast of Brittany, and accompanied by house-made mayonnaise infused with herbs grown in the restaurant's own garden. This is the French fry as haute cuisine, elevated through technique and presentation to heights that would astound those McDonald brothers in their San Bernardino restaurant. But the essence remains unchanged. The perfect balance of crispy exterior and fluffy interior, the satisfying taste of potato enhanced by salt and oil, the fundamental pleasure that connects the gourmet diner to the child eating Happy Meal fries in a suburban McDonald. Belgian frites, served in paper cones with an array of exotic mayonnaises, introduce Americans to the European tradition of the French fry as street food elevated to art form. British chips, thick cut and soft inside their crispy shells, offer a different but equally valid interpretation of the fried potato ideal. Japanese korokke, Korean gamja fries, and Peruvian papas rellenas demonstrate that the French fry has become a global canvas for culinary creativity. The health consciousness era, 18. As awareness of nutrition and health concerns grows in the early 2000s, the French fry faces its greatest challenge since European skepticism in the 18th century. Doctors and nutritionists, armed with studies and statistics, question whether something so delicious can possibly be good for us. The French fry finds itself at the center of debates about obesity, heart disease, and the responsibility of food companies to promote public health. But the French fry proves as adaptable in this new era as it was when crossing the Atlantic centuries ago. Food scientists develop new cooking methods that reduce oil content while maintaining that essential crispy texture. Air fryers appear in home kitchens, promising French fry satisfaction with a fraction of the traditional oil. Sweet potato fries offer a colorful and nutritious alternative that satisfies the same cravings while providing additional vitamins and fiber. Restaurant chains respond with trans-fat-free oils, reduced sodium seasonings, and smaller portion sizes that allow customers to enjoy their favorite fries while making more health-conscious choices. The French fry evolves without losing its essential character, demonstrating once again its remarkable ability to adapt to changing times while maintaining its core appeal. Some of the most innovative developments come from unexpected sources. Avocado oil fries provide heart-healthy monounsaturated fats. Baked fries seasoned with herbs and spices offer intense flavor with reduced calories. Even cauliflower fries and zucchini fries emerge as popular alternatives, proving that the French fry concept is strong enough to transcend its potato origins while maintaining its essential appeal.
The Artisan Renaissance. In the 2010s, as the artisan food movement sweeps across America and Europe, the French fry experiences yet another renaissance. Small-batch producers begin sourcing heirloom potato varieties with the same care that winemakers select grapes or coffee roasters choose beans. Purple potatoes create fries with striking color and complex flavor profiles. Fingerling potatoes produce delicate, elegant fries that showcase terroir as clearly as any vintage wine. Picture a small farm in Oregon's Willamette Valley, where Sarah Chen tends rows of Russian banana fingerling potatoes with the devotion of a master gardener. She knows each plant's individual characteristics, monitors soil conditions with scientific precision, and times her harvest to capture the perfect moment when sugar content and moisture levels create optimal frying conditions. Her potatoes will travel to artisan restaurants in Portland and Seattle, where chefs will transform them into fries that showcase not just technique, but the unique character of Oregon's soil and climate. Food trucks across America begin serving gourmet fries that would have been unimaginable in earlier eras. Truffle fries dusted with real Perigord truffles and fresh Parmesan. Loaded fries topped with house-smoked brisket and craft beer cheese sauce. Korean fusion fries, combining kimchi with sriracha aioli. The French fry becomes a platform for creativity, a familiar foundation that allows chefs to experiment with bold flavors while maintaining the comfort and accessibility that makes fries universally beloved. Craft breweries begin pairing specific beer styles with particular fry preparations, treating the humble French fry with the same respect traditionally reserved for wine and cheese pairings. A crispy Belgian-style frite might be paired with a hoppy IPA to complement its clean potato flavor, while loaded chili fries find their perfect match in a robust porter that can stand up to complex hearty toppings. Digital age connection. As social media transforms how we share and experience food, the French fry finds new life as one of the most photographed and shared foods on the planet. Instagram feeds fill with images of perfect golden fries arranged in geometric patterns, their crispy surfaces catching light in ways that seem almost magical. The hashtag fries generates millions of posts, each one a small celebration of this simple pleasure that connects people across all boundaries of age, culture, and geography. Picture a teenager in Seoul taking the perfect shot of loaded Korean fries, the cheese stretching in golden strings while kimchi adds bursts of red color that pop against the neutral background of a marble table. Within minutes, this image will be liked and shared by thousands of people around the world, each double tap a small vote of appreciation for the universal appeal of the perfectly prepared French fry. Food bloggers and influencers make pilgrimages to legendary fry destinations with the same dedication that earlier generations reserved for religious sites or natural wonders. The original McDonald's in San Bernardino becomes a place of pilgrimage. Five Guys fresh-cut fries develop cult followings. In-N-Out's animal-style fries achieved legendary status that transcend regional boundaries. YouTube channels devoted entirely to French fry reviews attract millions of subscribers who watch with rapt attention as hosts debate the merits of different cuts, cooking methods, and seasonings. These videos become cultural documents, preserving not just the taste and technique of various fries, but the passion and enthusiasm they inspire in people who understand that food is never just about nutrition. It's about joy, memory, and connection. The Environmental Awakening, 21. As environmental consciousness grows in the 2010s and 2020s, the French fry industry faces new challenges and opportunities. Climate change affects potato-growing regions around the world, forcing farmers and scientists to develop new varieties that can thrive in changing conditions while maintaining the quality that has made certain potatoes perfect for frying. Innovative companies begin exploring sustainable packaging alternatives to the traditional cardboard containers and plastic bags that have carried French fries for decades. Compostable containers made from agricultural waste transform the disposal of fry packaging from environmental burden to soil enhancement. Some restaurants experiment with edible packaging, seasoned starch-based containers that can be eaten along with the fries they hold. Vertical farms in urban areas begin growing specialty potatoes in controlled environments that use 95% less water than traditional farming while producing higher yields per square foot. These facilities, glowing with LED lights and humming with precisely controlled climate systems, represent the future of sustainable potato production, bringing the farm closer to the consumer while reducing transportation costs and environmental impact. Picture the world's first urban potato farm in Newark, New Jersey, where towers of growing potatoes reach toward fluorescent skies. Each plant receives exactly the nutrients it needs, delivered through hydroponic systems that recycle every drop of water. The potatoes that grow here will travel mere miles to become fries in Manhattan restaurants, their carbon footprint measured in city blocks rather than cross-country trucking routes. Ocean-bound plastic waste finds new life as containers for frozen fries, while restaurants experiment with reusable fry containers that customers can bring back for refills, creating a circular economy around one of the world's most popular foods. The French fry industry begins to see sustainability not as a burden, but as an opportunity to innovate and lead in environmental stewardship. The Pandemic Pivot, 22. When the world changes overnight in 2020 as a global pandemic transforms how we live, work, and eat, the French fry demonstrates once again its remarkable adaptability. Restaurants close their dining rooms, but the demand for comfort food, especially the familiar pleasure of perfectly prepared fries, only grows stronger.
Drive-through windows become lifelines, not just for businesses but for communities seeking connection and normalcy in unprecedented times. Picture a family in suburban Atlanta gathered around their kitchen table for dinner during the first weeks of lockdown. Outside, the world feels uncertain and strange, but inside, the familiar ritual of sharing McDonald's fries creates a small island of normalcy. Each golden fry carries with it the weight of tradition and the promise that some things, at least, remain constant even when everything else seems to change. Delivery services transform home French fry consumption with insulated bags and specialized containers designed to maintain optimal temperature and crispiness during transport. Innovation accelerates as companies race to solve the age-old problem of keeping fries perfect during delivery. Some develop new oil blends that maintain crispiness longer. Others create containers with built-in warming elements. Still others experiment with partial cooking methods that allow customers to finish the frying process at home. The frozen fry market experiences unprecedented growth as families stuck at home rediscovered the joy of making restaurant-quality fries in their own kitchens. Air fryer sales skyrocket as people seek healthier ways to achieve that perfect, crispy texture. Social media fills with videos of home cooks experimenting with fry seasonings, creating elaborate loaded fry combinations, and sharing their own family fried traditions.
The science of comfort. Food scientists and psychologists began to study seriously what French fry lovers have always known intuitively, that there is something uniquely comforting and satisfying about this particular combination of textures, flavors, and aromas. Research reveals that the sound of fries cooking in oil triggers specific neurological responses associated with anticipation and pleasure. The contrast between crispy exterior and fluffy interior creates a textural experience that satisfies multiple sensory systems simultaneously. Dr. Linda Bartoshuk at Yale University discovers that the perfect French fry engages all 5 senses in ways that few other foods can match. The golden color triggers visual pleasure centers in the brain. The sound of the first bite, that satisfying crunch, activates auditory satisfaction pathways. The aroma of frying potatoes stimulates olfactory memories that often stretch back to childhood. The taste combines saltiness, subtle potato sweetness, and the rich satisfaction of properly heated oil. And the texture provides the tactile pleasure of crispness, giving way to soft, fluffy interior. Brain imaging studies show that eating French fries activates the same pleasure centers associated with other highly satisfying experiences: listening to favorite music, receiving unexpected gifts, or reuniting with loved ones after long absences. The French fry, it seems, is engineered by evolution and perfected by human ingenuity to provide maximum sensory satisfaction. This research validates what generations of French fry lovers have felt but could never quite articulate, that the perfect fry represents more than mere food. It is edible comfort, portable pleasure, a small but perfect moment of satisfaction that can brighten even the most challenging days. The global variations. As our story approaches the present day, the French fry has become truly global, adapting to local tastes and traditions while maintaining its essential character. In Belgium, the birthplace of what Americans call French fries, thick-cut frites are served in paper cones with a bewildering array of mayonnaise-based sauces, each region proud of its own unique preparations and jealously guarding family recipes passed down through generations. Picture an autumn evening in Brussels, where golden leaves swirl in the wind and the scent of frying potatoes draws people to street-side friteries that have been serving the same families for decades. The frites here are art form and cultural institution, thick cut from specific potato varieties and fried in beef tallow that gives them a richness and depth of flavor that transports you to another realm of crispy perfection. In Japan, the French fry has been reimagined through the lens of precision and attention to detail that characterizes Japanese cuisine. McDonald's Japan offers fries dusted with nori and served with special mayonnaise flavored with wasabi or teriyaki. Convenience stores sell sweet potato fries that glow with orange gold color and taste like autumn made edible. Tempura-style potato fries, light and crispy in delicate batters, represent the marriage of traditional Japanese technique with adopted Western ingredients. Peru, the original home of the potato, has embraced the French fry as a homecoming celebration.
papa rellena, stuffed potato croquettes that are essentially French fries reimagined as complete meals filled with seasoned meat, olives, and hard-boiled eggs before being fried to golden perfection. Street vendors in Lima serve them from carts that fill entire neighborhoods with the scent of homecoming and tradition meeting innovation.
The Memory Palace, 25. As we near the end of our journey through the golden history of the French fry, let us pause to consider the memories that these simple strips of fried potato have created and preserved. In nursing homes across America, elderly residents who may struggle to remember recent events can recall with perfect clarity the taste of the first McDonald's fries they shared with their children in the 1960s. The French fry serves as a key that unlocks memory palaces filled with birthday parties and family road trips, first dates and late-night study sessions. Picture Margaret Thompson, 93 years old, sitting in a sunny corner of her assisted living facility, holding a single French fry from her granddaughter's Happy Meal. As she takes that first bite, her eyes light up with recognition and joy. Suddenly, she is 25 again, sharing a bag of fries with her husband at a roadside diner during their honeymoon trip to Niagara Falls. The taste connects her across 7 decades, proving that some pleasures are so fundamental they transcend time itself. Child psychologists note that French fries often appear in children's earliest food memories, representing security, celebration, and family togetherness. The ritual of sharing fries, one person buying, everyone partaking, teaches lessons about generosity and community that extend far beyond the meal itself. Generation after generation learns that happiness can be as simple as crispy golden potatoes shared with people you love. These memories accumulate and compound, creating a collective unconscious of French fry experiences that spans cultures and continents. The businessman in Tokyo, grabbing fries from a McDonald's between meetings, carries with him the same fundamental satisfaction as the farmer's daughter in Iowa sharing curly fries at the county fair. The university student in Cairo, savoring fries after a long day of classes, experiences the same comfort as her counterpart in Montreal.
The Eternal Cycle, 27. As we contemplate the future of the French fry, we see in it the same cycles that have governed its past: adaptation, innovation, and the eternal human quest for comfort and pleasure. Already, food scientists work on potatoes that will thrive in the changing climate of the future, ensuring that generations yet unborn will have access to the same golden pleasure that has sustained us through centuries of change. Picture the research laboratories of the future, where scientists work with the dedication of artists and the precision of engineers to create the perfect potato for conditions that don't yet exist. They study soil compositions that will result from rising sea levels, develop varieties that will flourish in vertical farms, stacked like green cathedrals in urban centers, and perfect cooking techniques that will reduce environmental impact while maintaining the textural and flavor perfection that makes French fries universally beloved. The French fry will continue to evolve, as it always has, adapting to new technologies, new tastes, and new understanding of nutrition and sustainability. But its essence will remain unchanged: that perfect balance of crispy and fluffy, salty and satisfying, simple and sublime, that speaks to something fundamental in the human experience. New generations will discover the French fry as if for the first time, their eyes lighting up with the same wonder that has greeted perfect fries for centuries. Children not yet born will experience that first bite of perfectly prepared fries and join the vast, invisible community of people who understand that some pleasures are so fundamental they connect us across all boundaries of time, culture, and circumstance. The Harvester's Song, 28. In the potato fields of Idaho, as autumn paints the landscape in shades of gold that echo the perfect French fry, Migrant workers move through the rows with the rhythm of ancient harvests. Their hands, weathered by sun and soil, carefully separate the perfect tubers that will become tomorrow's fries from those destined for other purposes. This is honest work, work that connects directly to the satisfaction of millions of people who will never know the names or faces of those who made their pleasure possible. Picture Maria Gonzalez, her back bent to the task, her hands sure and swift as she selects potatoes with the same care that her grandmother once selected corn in the fields of Michoacán. She understands, perhaps better than anyone, the connection between the earth and the table, between the labor of harvest and the joy of consumption. In her careful selection of each potato lies the promise of countless moments of satisfaction, thousands of families gathered around tables, millions of small celebrations of the simple pleasure that she helps to create. The trucks that carry her harvest to processing plants continue the chain of care and attention that began in the Andes 10,000 years ago. Each potato represents not just agricultural commodity, but cultural heritage, human ingenuity, and the promise of satisfaction. The potato knows no borders as it travels from field to factory to restaurant to table, carrying with it the accumulated wisdom of every person who has ever worked to improve the art and science of the perfect French fry. As the sun sets over the harvest fields, painting the sky in colors that rival the golden perfection of the ideal French fry, the day's work connects to something larger than any individual harvest. It connects to a story that began with the first human who looked at a wild potato and imagined something better, something that could nourish not just the body, but the spirit, something that could bring people together in shared appreciation of life's simple pleasures.
The Midnight Kitchen, Chapter 29. Deep in the night, when the world sleeps and dreams of tomorrow's possibilities, kitchen workers in restaurants around the globe continue the ancient alchemy of transforming potatoes into golden perfection. Picture the late shift cook at a 24-hour diner in downtown Minneapolis, her name tag reading Sandra, her movements economical and practiced as she lowers fresh-cut potatoes into oil heated to exactly 350 degrees Fahrenheit. Sandra has been making French fries for 37 years, and in that time she has developed an intuitive understanding of the process that transcends conscious knowledge. She can tell by the sound when the oil reaches the perfect temperature, can judge by the color when the fries are ready to be lifted from their golden bath, can sense by their aroma when they have achieved that perfect balance of crispy exterior and fluffy interior that will bring satisfaction to the late-night traveler, the third-shift worker, the students studying for finals, or the couple on their first date who chose this humble diner for its authenticity and warmth. Each batch of fries that Sandra creates carries with it not just her skill and experience, but her understanding that food is love made tangible, comfort made edible, community made manifest in the simple act of preparing something good for another person. She may never meet most of the people who will eat her fries, but she cooks for them with the same care she would show to family, because she understands that in the middle of the night, when the world can seem cold and uncertain, a perfect French fry can provide warmth, comfort, and the reassurance that someone, somewhere, cares about your satisfaction. The fluorescent lights of the diner cast everything in bright, honest colors. No shadows, no pretense, just the essential human drama of nourishment and care playing out one order at a time. The French fry in this setting reveals its true nature not as luxury or indulgence, but as fundamental comfort, democratic pleasure, and edible proof that the best things in life are often the simplest things, prepared with skill and served with love. The Children's Inheritance, Chapter 30. As our story moves toward its gentle conclusion, let us consider the children, those who will inherit the legacy of the French fry and carry it forward into futures we can only imagine. Picture 5-year-old David Chen sitting in a high chair at a McDonald's in suburban Denver, his small hands grasping his first French fry with the concentration of an archaeologist handling a precious artifact. This moment, David's first bite of a perfectly prepared French fry, represents more than just a culinary milestone. It marks his entry into a tradition that stretches back through centuries and across continents, connecting him to the Inca farmers who first cultivated potatoes,
to Antoine Augustin Parmentier dreaming of French abundance, to the McDonald brothers perfecting their system in California, to every cook and farmer and food scientist who has contributed to the evolution of this simple pleasure. David doesn't know any of this history as he chews thoughtfully, his eyes widening with delight at the crispy texture and satisfying saltiness. He doesn't need to know it because the knowledge is encoded in the experience itself, the understanding that some pleasures are so fundamental they need no explanation, only appreciation. His parents, watching with the tender attention that parents bring to all of their children's first experiences, see in David's delight a reflection of their own first encounters with French fries decades ago. They remember their own parents sharing similar moments, and they imagine David someday introducing his own children to this same simple pleasure, continuing the chain of shared satisfaction that connects generations across time.
The global family.
The circle completes. 34. And so we return, as all good stories must, to the beginning that contains within itself the seed of every ending, and the ending that promises every new beginning. The French fry, in its journey from ancient Andean terraces to global phenomenon, tells us a story about ourselves, about our capacity for innovation and adaptation, about our fundamental need for comfort and community, about our ability to take the simple gifts that nature provides and transform them into something that nourishes not just our bodies, but our spirits. In every perfectly prepared French fry lies the history of human civilization, the development of agriculture, the growth of trade, the spread of technology, the evolution of taste, and the eternal human quest for pleasure that transcends mere survival. The golden color that we associate with the perfect fry reflects not just the Maillard reaction of proteins and sugars meeting heat, but the golden thread that connects us across time and space to every person who has ever found comfort in the simple pleasure of crispy potato perfectly prepared. The child who tastes her first French fry today joins a community that spans generations and encompasses the globe, a community united not by language or religion or nationality, but by the shared understanding that some pleasures are so fundamental they need no explanation, only appreciation. In her delight, we see reflected the delight of every person who has ever bitten into crispy golden perfection and felt, for that moment, that all was right with the world. The French fry teaches us that the best innovations are those that serve everyone, that true success is measured not just in profit or efficiency, but in the amount of satisfaction and joy we can bring into the world. It reminds us that comfort can be democratic, that pleasure can be accessible, and that the simplest things, prepared with skill and served with love, often provide the greatest satisfaction. The eternal moment. 35. As our story draws to its gentle close, imagine yourself in the most perfect moment of French fry satisfaction you can remember. Perhaps it was childhood fries shared with family at a roadside restaurant during a summer vacation. Perhaps it was late-night fries that sustained you through college studies. Perhaps it was fries shared with a new love, or comfort fries that soothed a difficult day, or celebration fries that marked a moment of joy. Hold that memory in your mind like a golden treasure, and understand that in that moment, you participated in something larger than yourself, a tradition that connects you to every person who has ever found satisfaction in the perfect marriage of crispy exterior and fluffy interior, of salt and potato, of simplicity and perfection. You joined, for that moment, the vast invisible community of people who understand that happiness often comes in the humblest packages, that comfort can be as simple as golden strips of perfectly fried potato. The French fry, in all its global variations and endless adaptations, represents more than food. It represents hope. Hope that tomorrow's meal will be as satisfying as today's, that simple pleasures will endure even as the world changes around them, that the basic human need for comfort and community will always find expression in the simple act of sharing good food with people we care about. As you drift towards sleep tonight, let yourself be comforted by the knowledge that somewhere in the world, someone is experiencing the perfect French fry for the first time, their eyes lighting up with the same wonder that has greeted golden perfection for centuries. Let yourself be soothed by the understanding that this simple pleasure will endure, will continue to bring satisfaction and joy to people not yet born, will remain a golden constant in a world of constant change.
The Golden Dream, 36. And now, as the story of the French fry settles into your consciousness like warm sunlight filtering through summer leaves, allow yourself to drift into the gentle embrace of sleep. Dream of golden fields stretching toward horizons, painted in shades of harvest sunset. Dream of hands that work with love and skill to transform simple potatoes into perfect comfort. Dream of families gathering around tables, sharing not just food but joy, not just sustenance but connection. Dream of the first Inca farmer who looked at a bitter wild potato and imagined something better.
something that could nourish generations yet unborn. Dream of Parmentier in his prison cell, discovering hope in the humblest of foods. Dream of the McDonald brothers perfecting their system, never knowing they were creating one of the most beloved foods in human history. Dream of all the cooks and farmers and food scientists who have contributed their skills and knowledge to the ongoing story of the French fry. In your dreams tonight, let the golden thread of the French fry's story weave itself through your consciousness, connecting you to the vast web of human ingenuity, care, and love that brings comfort food to tables around the world. Let yourself be part of this story, this ongoing narrative of transformation and satisfaction that began 10,000 years ago and continues with every perfectly prepared French fry served anywhere in the world. Sleep now, knowing that you are part of something beautiful and enduring, something that connects you to every person who has ever found comfort in the simple pleasure of golden, crispy perfection. Rest in the understanding that the best stories never really end. They simply continue in new voices, new experiences, new moments of satisfaction and joy. The French fry's story is your story. And your story is part of the larger human story of taking the simple gifts that nature provides and transforming them through skill and love and patience into something that nourishes not just the body, but the soul. Sleep well, and may your dreams be golden.